because the breaking news, I think you might have guessed it, is that Manchester United have sacked Ruben Amorim. OK, Jamie predicted it just a few minutes ago. He has gone. We understand he met with Jason Wilcox and Omar Barada this morning, and they informed him that he was being relieved of his duties. Right, our reporter Daniel Kahn is there at Manchester United for us. Right, Daniel, just tell us more about this, how it's come about.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, just to recap that breaking news, Manchester United have sacked their head coach, Ruben Amorim, after 14 months in charge. He met with the director of football, Jason Wilcox, and CEO Omar Barada this morning, who, as you mentioned, have relieved him of his duties. Now, this comes after his post-match comments after that 1-1 draw at Ellen Road yesterday, where he kept repeatedly saying he is the manager of Manchester United, not their head coach. But as we reported late last night, there'd been increased tension between Ruben Amorim and the hierarchy at Manchester United, especially between Director of Football Jason Wilcox, and that has led to the United boss leaving the club after 14 months. I told you earlier this morning there'd been a mood shift in recent weeks. This has been building up for weeks now, especially since Christmas Eve, and it seems like it has now come to a result of Ruben Amorim now leaving Manchester United just after that 1-1 draw yesterday. Incredible news this morning.
Yeah, it definitely is, Daniel, and Jamie's going to get involved in this as well. It was very strange last night, wasn't it, when he said, "I am a manager, not a coach." But we know that his title is head coach, and it confused everybody there. He seemed to be taking a dig at transfers. I mean, was he supposed to have a say in transfers? Because normally a head coach doesn't have that much of a say.
Yeah, Tom, I think there's two components to this. I think there's one that I think when he was referencing he's a manager, and he also referenced big names like Thomas Tuchel, Jose Mourinho, Antonio Conte. I think what he was saying there is he doesn't want to be dictated to like these big name managers in terms of their style of play. They will play however they want and deploy their teams however they want to win football games. And as we reported last night, a lot of this strained relationship between Amorim and the hierarchy had been about the tactical approach of the team this season. We know Amorim has always consistently been bullish about his 3-4-3 system. We've seen that tweet in recent weeks against the likes of Bournemouth, that 4-4 draw at Old Trafford, the win against Newcastle. But then in the last two games, he reverted back to his 3-4-3 against Wolves, Leeds yesterday, two uninspiring performances. And I think there were real questions raised this season around his system. I remember when they played Fulham at Craven Cottage, Marco Silva, Calvin Bassey and Alex Iwobi all talking so openly about how easy it was to play against Amorim's team. I think with a hierarchy that raised serious questions. Grimsby away, although they played a slightly weakened team, continuing with three centre-backs away to Grimsby. Serious questions having gone out of the Carabao Cup at that stage. Brentford away was also a very questionable performance in that loss as well at the G-Tech Stadium. So I think this has been building for a while. Transfers has been a separate issue. From what I understand, that hasn't been the main reason for their tensions. Although they had different strategies about it, Amorim wanted to spend this month, whereas the likes of Jason Wilcox and the likes of Christopher Vell, head of recruitment, looking at transfers, they didn't want to make the previous mistakes of the previous regimes at the club, really risking their future windows, really wanting to reinforce long-term the midfield, for example. We know they have a short list of the likes of Carlos Baliba, Elliot Anderson, Adam Morton. If they spent this month, that would put moves like that in jeopardy. And that's something, while being sixth in the table and just a few points off a Champions League place, they don't want to do this month. So look, there's been a few components to this, and it just felt like they ended up on the wrong sides of this argument, and now that has resulted in Ruben Amorim leaving the club.
Yeah, it's big news. Daniel will be back with you later in the day, no doubt. Thank you.
Not the coach. What do you think's going on here? And bearing in mind that Enzo Maresca has just left Chelsea, what, a month on from starting to challenge, it felt like, the executive at the football club?
It can only be two things. It can either be about the January transfer market, that he doesn't feel like he's being backed, or the people above him are questioning the fact that he almost at this moment is flip-flopping between systems. And it started to look like he was getting somewhere, or maybe moving to a back four. He went back to the five at the back against Wolves, and possibly one of the worst performances that you'll see from a team this season against Wolves, I would say. But no matter what it is, I don't think he is in any position whatsoever to be questioning the people who appointed him.
Why not?
Because he's not good enough. He's not good enough to be Manchester United's manager. He's barely competent enough to be a Premier League manager right now. And that's not me being disrespectful to Ruben Amorim. I think he's been there now well over 12 months. And I think the majority of managers in the Premier League who are all managing different other clubs at different ends of the table would look at Manchester United and think, I'd get more points than that. I really do believe those managers would believe that. And I believe they would as well. Because this is a guy who, don't forget, as well said at one stage, this is possibly the worst Manchester United team in history. He's managing it.
Well, I mean, that graphic doesn't tell a great story in terms of support of Ruben Amorim, and the fact that only Spurs, West Ham and Wolves of the Premier League ever presence have picked up fewer points since Amorim was appointed. Forest, Fulham, Bournemouth, Everton, Brighton, Brentford, all with more. Might he argue, or his supporters argue, that he hasn't been backed enough, Jamie, when you look at what they've been able to bring in? Just 2 transfer windows.
He's been more than backed. I mean, he couldn't have had too many complaints if the club parted company with him in the summer on the back of how poor it was last season. But they then went into the market and spent a lot of money on the attack.
207 million on 3 players this summer.
OK, now whether that was, I'm sure he was heavily involved in that. Now, he's playing a system that is not in the traditions of Manchester United. So there was no way they could recruit all the attacking players and the wing-backs and maybe the centre-backs that he wanted. It was going to be over a long-term plan in terms of windows. But he can be complaining now about not having funds in January. Manchester United put a huge amount there in the summer. Don't forget, they had no Champions League football, no European football. A lot of that was down to him and how the team performed last season. Let's not forget, when he was brought in, the idea was to try and get them Champions League football. They were 4 points off the Champions League when he came in. They finished 15th. So when you talk about a lack of funds, that was down to him and the team and the players. And there was no way that he's going to get everything that he wants in one window.
I just wonder if some Man United fans would support him when you think how sort of fragile the bench seemed today, the lack of options that are at his call right now. And yes, the AFCON plays a little bit of part in that. There are injury problems as well. But you say yourself constantly, you know, they don't have players in central midfield that challenge other top teams. Maybe that's what he feels that he really needs right now to give himself a fighting chance.
Well, of course they need better players, but it can't come in one window. And he decided to go with the attacking players, or the club decided to go with the attacking players. They could have gone with one midfielder, one attacker, one wing back. They didn't, you know, and that's maybe going to come in future windows. But the people he seems to be having a go at, you think of Berardi and Jason Wilcox. They're the ones who brought him in, and they're probably in some ways fighting in the summer to keep him in a job. I'm sure Jim Ratcliffe's looking at that situation thinking, you've brought this guy in, he doesn't play the way Manchester United done of the past, the results are horrendous. What is this? What's this about?
But he also said, so Jim Ratcliffe said, we're going to give him 3 years and we'll find out about him. That was his idea.
That was just to calm the talk of the press about him being sacked.
How did you think this ends now?
I think what I said about Maresca rings true with Amorim, in that this could be over very quickly. But Maresca was in a much stronger position to challenge his board or his owner than he was. He won the Club World Cup. He got the team into the Champions League. He did everything he was asked to do last season. Champions League football, won the European trophy, Club World Cup, won, done. I still didn't think it was acceptable to challenge the people above him. Amorim is in no position whatsoever to speak like that, because as I said, he's a barely competent Premier League manager so far on what he's shown.
Their next 3 matches, they go to Burnley, Manchester City in the derby on the 17th, then they go to Arsenal.
Maybe he wants to get out before them, for them to certainly City and Arsenal.
But there's probably going to be some hope that the key players will be back from AFCON, that Bruno is going to be fit, that Mason Mount might be fit, that De Ligt and Maguire might be fit, and suddenly that picture looks very different, doesn't it?
It does look different. And you know what it tells you when you're reading those names off? That it's not the worst squad in the world as what he painted them at times last season. And he should be doing a lot better than the results he's getting. Hence why I'm saying he's in no position whatsoever to be calling the shots to people above him. No one looks at that squad and thinks it's challenging for a title or a guaranteed Champions League position. But having no European football this season, they should be challenging for the Champions League positions.
Game at Ellen Road. It was the early kick-off where Manchester United were held to a draw at Ellen Road. But a sense from the headlines, some might instead be out of this game from what Ruben Amorim had to say in his post-match press conference. Have a little listen to this.
I noticed that you receive selective information about everything. I came here to be the manager of Manchester United, not to be the coach of Manchester United. And that is clear. I know that my name is not Tuchel, it's not Conte, it's not Mourinho, but I'm the manager of Manchester United. And it's going to be like this for 18 months, or when the board decided to change. So that was my point. I want to finish with that. I'm not going to quit. I will do my job until other guy is coming here to replace me. I just want to say that I'm going to be the manager of this team, not just the coach. And I was really clear on that. And that is going to finish in 18 months. And then everyone is going to move on. That was the deal. That is my job, not to be a coach. If people cannot handle the Gary Nevilles and the criticisms of everything, we need to change the club. No, guys, I just want to say that I came here to be the manager of Manchester United, not to be the coach. And every department, the scouting department, the sport director needs to do their job. I will do mine for 18 months and then we move on.
So, strong words from Ruben Amorim after that draw against Leeds United lunchtime kick-off. It leaves them with just 3 wins in the last 11 in the Premier League. Merce, you were paying close attention to what he was saying there. He said, I'm not a Conte, not a Tuchel, not a Mourinho. I'm here to manage Manchester United, not to be a coach. He spoke about that as 18 months. That would take him to summer 2027, which is when his contract runs to. What's your take on what he had to say there?
Well, my take was he wants to be the manager and in 18 months' time he'll be leaving. This needs to be sorted now. You know, Man United have to have a plan.
Well, they're just drifting, aren't they?
Well, that's what I mean. And in 18 months' time, he's leaving. So this needs to get sorted now.
That's exactly what he's doing. No, he's trying to engineer a move there. You can tell with the way he's... To come out and say what he said, he's trying to probe the people that's going to make a decision on him. There's no doubt about it.
And not for the first time.
No.
Should be said.
No, he's had enough.
Something's been... Well, I think what he's saying there is about being a coach and a manager. I think he wants decisions. And I think he's not getting backed from the board or from the hierarchy. So he's saying, I'm not... They're basically saying, you're a coach, you coach these players.
Coach,
he's saying,
we'll
I need backing.
I
need backing. These are the players I want. You bring these in. And now that certainly shows that there is a disconnect between manager and above. And I think you either back him or he has to go.
Nu start off then. Abdu, again, given the circumstances of this point, I think the performance was should have been there.
I think we did well. We improved a lot of things that compared to the last game. We controlled quite well the aggressivity of the offensive from Leeds. We controlled well 1-against-1. A really good environment. A really fun environment, and they did well. We controlled more the possession, the connection, the position of the players. I think they were in the better positions to play, and that can show in the way we played. We had more chances than the opponent to score, but we need to now to think about the next one.
In terms of Josh Rosenior and Lasai's good assistant goal, how important will that be going to them, especially with the praise as you have had?
It's really important. I think Ben improved in the connection today. Josh, the 20 minutes that he played, he was active. He was creating chances, creating spaces for us. So it's important. Also, Manu played better today and helped the team also to create chances. So was better than last week.
You made a big decision in the summer when Rasmus went away, Spring Benjamin here. His goals are not there. Could you just explain what he's bringing to the team, because he missed a couple of chances?
First of all, to miss the chances that he's missing is always there.
And that is the first step. He's really aggressive when the ball goes to the side. He's really aggressive when he has to fight for the first ball. Of course, when you look at the game of a striker, if you miss chances, they will say that the player did everything wrong. I don't agree. I think he's in the right position. He just needs to score one, and then all the weight that he has on top of him is going to disappear, and he's going to be better.
Mark?
Just on Sessio, there was a couple of occasions in the first half when he looked really frustrated at the inability of people like Dallo and Shaw to get the ball so quickly. Do you think that the players are not finding it quickly that the ball's too much too slow or too wavy? Does he need better service?
No, I think we did. If you tell me that in the different game today, we need to have possessions, especially in this kind of environment. If we are losing the ball all the time, if we are trying to be the team that we was in the past with a lot of transitions all the time, we don't want to play like that. We want to prepare better the way we played. We play better than compared to the last week. And we were talking 2 seconds ago about the chances that Ben had. So we are creating chances for Ben. He just need to score one, and then all the weight is going to be easy for Ben. So we are creating chances for the strikers.
Sorry, and again, do you feel like there's been an upgrade on the player that went out in Rasmus Højlund and to bring in Benjamin?
Is the characteristics of the player. Ben is completely different from Rasmus. Rasmus had this moment here. He move on. We bring Seško. We will try to Seško to score goals.
Is he keeping his morale high even though?
Of course, he needs to. The pressure of being the striker for Manchester United. He's doing the right things. He needs to improve the last moment. That is the most important moment because. He did things that he did well today. He just need to score one.
Sarah?
Hi, Ruben. Josh's impact coming off the bench there, we've not seen a lot of that times this season. Very Versaki player making impact off the bench. Is that why you'd be reluctant to lose a player like that in this wing? Obviously, be linked with Roma. You kind of need somebody who can come on and change the game and really get that away.
No, Josh needs to be prepared to play in every game, and all the players need to be ready to play. If you play for 20 minutes, you need to play 20 minutes to help the team. He does that, so he's a team. He's a player from our team, and that's it.
Okay, last question for James. Ruben, even in difficult weeks this season, you're always very upbeat.
Obviously, just on Friday, you look pretty downbeat. See, talking about transfers and systems. Can I just ask? Is nothing's changed? You still feel very much that confidence from the board and everything.
Guys, to stop with that, and I noticed that you receive selective information about everything. I came here to be the manager of Manchester United, not to be the coach of Manchester United. And that is clear. I know that my name is not Tuchel, it's not Conte, it's not Mourinho, but I'm the manager of Manchester United. And it's going to be like this for 18 months or when the board decided to change. So that was my point. I want to finish with that. I'm not going to quit. I will do my job until other guy is coming here to replace me.
Do you feel that, maybe certain assurances around things about the ability to manage this team that you thought you had? Do you not feel that?
I just want to say that I'm going to be the manager of this team, not just the coach. And I was really clear on that. And that is going to finish in 18 months. And then everyone is going to move on. That was the deal. That is my job, not to be a coach. If people cannot handle the Gary Nevilles and the criticisms of everything, we need to change the club. No, guys, I just want to say that I came here to be the manager of Manchester United, not to be the coach. And every department, the scouting department, the sport director needs to do their job. I will do mine for 18 months and then we move on.
All right, thank you, guys. Thank you. What are your points today versus head coach?
That's his conscience.
Oh, yeah. What is that? Good point. What does it mean?
You need to. So contract.
Of course he did. He said in 18 months.
It's on.
They're going to be in a title race. They've beaten Barcelona in the Champions League. Players would have had a very different feeling then about what their future is going to be to maybe what they think now, and they're only human. Do you think there will be a sense of, I don't know, shock at what's happened, disappointment at what's happened?
No,
because he hasn't gone from a position of weakness, has he? I know they haven't been on a great run.
Yeah, but Chappers, if you look at Chelsea and Chelsea's model, I think they are where they're supposed to be. I don't think they're as good as Arsenal. I don't think they're as good as Man City. You know, and fighting for top four with young players in the market and then trying to sell them on is where they should be. Yes, there's been a downturn in form, but with young players, that's always going to be the case.
It is. I think the hard part, what I think maybe the fan base is struggling with this historically. They're used to challenging. And I think they have made a small bit of progress with Maresca in that first season where they won trophies. This season, you would argue that up until that game, the Arsenal game, you know, where we say they were making progress. Again, it looked as if they were going to be challenging this season. They've had a terrible run in form for whatever it may be. There's been petulance in terms of red cards. There's been injuries that they've had to deal with. Tactically, the manager has made small mistakes here or there as well in terms of maybe changes at certain times on the pitch, or, you know, players who maybe needed a rest, so they've been left out, and then the player who comes in isn't quite as good as that one. But for me, moving forward, there is a positivity element as well, where you could say, yes, they've not got the best squad. They've got a load of young players who are all growing together. We saw with Arsenal, you know, where they were in a similar position, where they had young players who they've almost brought a group together, and now, years down the line, they're challenging. The difference with Chelsea, unfortunately, is that I don't know if they've signed the players for the specific positions, and that's the danger for me.
That's a really interesting point there about, do you think we still judge Chelsea and look at Chelsea as if they were the Chelsea of maybe a decade ago or a bit more under Abramovich, and this is very different Chelsea now. But are we still judging them as if they were the superpower of a decade ago?
Yeah, and I think for the fans, you know, with the names that are being touted, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on, they've always had top managers, won leagues, won the Champions League, and now the names that are in the hat, people are scratching their head. But if you actually look at Chelsea's squad and what they're trying to do, they're no longer a superpower, even though they've spent a lot of money in terms of the squad, but they've sold a lot of players as well. So if you're looking at Chelsea now, with the players that they have, I think they're about right. Challenging for Champions League, it's just what they do moving forward, but them of winning European Cups. But I will say, Chelsea could be anyone on any given day. And we've seen that in the Club World Cup. We've seen that in the Conference League. But consistency throughout the Premier League is going to be more difficult with the players that they have.
Yeah, they're a different team now, different club now. The club I joined, you know, in 2009 was a team that had won Premier Leagues before, had been widely successful, had world-class. But I walked to a dressing room and some of the players, you look around and you're like, whoa, I'm in here with legendary players. And from the manager perspective, to Micah's point, is that they were always had sort of like legendary managers too. You start thinking Ancelotti, you think of Jose Mourinho, you think of, you know, the managers. They had Conte, they had Sarri coming, who successful managers, Gus Hiddink, Scolari. They've had so many top-level, big-name coaches where you go, wow, I know these guys. I think at the moment, you know, no disrespect to the managers that Blue Co have brought in, but none of them have really been proven to win trophies. And I think at a football club like Chelsea, when you're used to winning trophies, the anticipation is we're bringing managers in that are used to winning as well, that can put that mindset onto the younger players and say, this is how you do it.
I said they were still playing at Craven Cottage, so that 1-1 wasn't...
Managers, there is other examples of it within the Premier League. You know, you look at Brighton right now, their model. There is no doubt, Tony Bloom will say, well, I'd imagine he'll say, Roberto De Zerbi is the best manager he's ever had. But it changed because he felt as if, you know, Brighton will bring the players in, the manager coach or the coach coaches them. He goes. All of a sudden, he wanted a bigger say in what was going on off the field. It doesn't work like that. You signed up for that. It doesn't matter the results. That's what you agreed to. The flip side of that as well, you look at somebody like David Moyes at West Ham. I mean, they would love to have him back right now. But all of a sudden, there was people above wanting more control than what there was, and it wasn't for Moyes. The fans then started to turn. But it just shows you the people that were recruiting behind the scenes were absolutely miles off it, and what David Moyes was saying at the time, the players that he wanted. West Ham had never been in the position they're in right now.
And
so
Dawes,
things change.
And Dawes, things have changed, absolutely, in terms of how clubs are run. But the Chelsea sources saying in the last few days that too often Maresca, in their opinion, ignored the medical advice about how many minutes certain players coming back from injury, and Mercer's already mentioned Cole Palmer, were allowed to play, and he went against that. When you were playing and you were coming back from an injury, who had the final say on when you were used and for how long?
Well, the manager made a decision if you were capable to play 90 minutes, and that's what it came down to. You'd been out for a large period of time, which I was on numerous occasions, and then the physios and the medical team would go, right, you're capable to go back in and play. And if you're capable to train, then the manager looks at you, if you've been out 2, 3, 4 weeks, are you capable to play a game to the levels that we need? And then the manager goes, all right, I might play 60 minutes. But this is where the game has changed. And managers, coaches have to accept that going in, because otherwise we see what's happened at Chelsea now. It's such a hard job, because I was watching the Bournemouth game when Cole Palmer was brought off, and I said to you, I'm as surprised as anyone that he's been taken off. But obviously Enzo Maresca had been probably told that you have to manage his minutes, plays are in the red zone. I mean, look, this is where the industry we're in at this moment in time, because you have to look. It's not just Chelsea. There's numerous clubs in the Premier League and these head coaches that are under pressure to keep players out there, keep them fit, manage game time for players. And it's a challenge because, Boydie, I agree with what you say there. Managers go in, they'll accept what the owners and the leadership group say, and then the goalposts change, because now as a manager, I've done well. I've brought the Club World Cup, and you go, do you know what? You know, the hierarchy, I will have a little bit more control, and I'll take decisions, because at the end of the day, I'm stood on that touchline and I'm getting pelters from the crowd. I have to bring results, and if those results aren't there, I'm getting trouble from the hierarchy, I'm getting criticised from the media, I'm getting criticised from the fans, and it brings pressure, and eventually you just go against it. And this is why I look, are the older managers probably going out? Because they won't accept it. I think
that's a good point what you make, though, Dawes, because you go back to when we were training and it was a case of the fitness coaches, everyone would say, oh, you're in the red zone, you have to stop. That wouldn't be very often for me, right enough. But when you're in the red zone, you had to stop. But all of a sudden, you then go to games, it would never happen. It's now happening in games. Yeah. You know, there is now fitness coaches at the side of the pitch telling managers, right, OK, we need to watch him. Because before, you weren't allowed the equipment on there to tell you exactly what was going on in-game. It's now happening. I think it's just going to be a thing that's going forward.
Yeah, if he'd have lost 4 on the trot, he'd still be there. Like, he's come in and because he's doing well and his stock's high, he's gone in and gone, I'll mix it. You know, and if I do get the sack, I've left on a high. It's like if you owned a restaurant and the chef's doing well and the restaurant's packed, the chef wants a raise. Yeah. Chef goes in, goes, I want a bit more. Do you know what I mean? And this is what he's done. He's gone in. I think his contract as well. I read, I don't know how true it was, that he went in for another contract because of the Man City thing, and they've said no. I don't know how true.
Well, there are also suggestions he did the same thing after winning the FIFA Club World
Cup.
Yeah,
so, but he's gone in because his stock's high. I think if he loses 4, the problem is, and this hurts me as a Chelsea fan, it's not a good job. You know, Silva's not after it, Ariola's not after it, Glasner's not after it.
Is that because of the owners? I don't think.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
It's not a good job, though.
No, I think it's a good job, Merch. You look at Chelsea in football. My era coming through, I look at that team.
No, I'm not. Chelsea's an unbelievable club, but I'm saying it's not a good club for someone where they're not in charge. They're just coaches.
But is this why these managers you go back to Potter? His coach, and at Brighton he will have been given the players as a head coach to go and.
But if you're a manager, who's top of the league? Arsenal. Who's top of the league?
Arsenal.
Who's second?
Aston Villa.
Aston Villa. Who's third? Man City. And who's in charge of picking who they bring in? All them three managers are in charge of who they bring in.
It's a completely
all
different...
three and a slot of Liverpool have been giving them players
a chance. It's a completely different remit now at Chelsea. I agree with what you're saying. It's still a huge club, and every manager should jump at the chance. It's a totally different remit now compared to other clubs. The remit now at Chelsea, and it's been like it for the last few years, hence why Maresca's in there, is that they're bringing in a head coach that's going to develop players, young, the best talent across the world. They've spent nearly £1 billion on the best talent across the world to develop these young players.
So does Liam Rosenior then, Sidders, fit that bill?
For me, he does. Because I've seen him. I've played with Liam in the dressing room. I've seen him on a coaching aspect as well, and I think he is someone that can definitely develop players. Yeah. He's got a great way about him. He's got a lot of empathy. His working with people is superb. Now, I know this is a different style and you're going to a Chelsea dressing room, but I still think this is a Chelsea dressing room that is still young enough that will learn and listen from him.
But how is the dynamic going to work? Because he's coming in there. There's a World Cup winner in there. There's two players who desperately want to be starters for Tuchel come the summer, the likes of Palmer, James as well.
Yeah.
Is he going to listen? I think he done a really good job at Hull. I mean, Strasbourg's sitting seventh at the moment in the league. But is he going to command the respect that those players will want?
You command the respect by what you do. First of all, on the training pitch, your training sessions, because you get quickly judged. All of us on this panel will say we've judged coaches and managers straight away in the first week or so in terms of their sessions and meetings. What I've seen him do and how he conducts meetings and how he is with people. I've not heard a bad word to say against Liam Rosenior. He's true, even to the aspect where I've seen him when he's had to sort of pull players aside and drop them and rest them. He does it in a way where you can accept it. He's truthful. I think he'll be a great fit for Chelsea. Now, whether it's the right time for him, I don't know. He
understands it.
Yeah, of course he does.
Assessment of the game, did you feel that your team could have managed the game better at all while it was at 1-1, while it was at 1-0?
Yeah, I don't know what does it mean. It's because you score a goal in the last minutes, and that's why we managed quite well in the first half. In the second half, they had 2 chances because we lost 2 balls in the beginning, but we misjudged in the talent players at the end. 2-1, 3-2. Too close. They didn't create much. We were extraordinary in all departments, except we could not score the second or the third or the fourth that we had it in the first and the second half. So, of course, the second half make a step up. So the first half, they were a little bit more cautious. The second half had nothing to lose. They were more. And at the end, they found the reward.
Sure. Hi, Bo. Can I ask about Josko Gvardiol and the injury?
We'll see tomorrow. It doesn't look good in him and Ruben, so we'll see what happens.
Because Ruben was an injury as well?
Yeah, looks like, yeah.
Would they, like, knocks or muscle or...?
Yeah, looks like, yeah.
Muscle?
I didn't speak with him, doctor, but if Ruben is out, it's because he felt something, yeah.
David?
Hi, Pep. Can I ask you about Rodri? He seems much better now, much more at ease with the usual Rodri.
I have been much better than the last year and a half. Like, he's not the way I didn't see him here. Yeah, definitely. He's an extraordinary player. He doesn't need his composer. He makes us play better in many things. That's the big question mark now. In 3 days, we have another one against tough opponent. He's had to play or not. But Kovacic and Nico Gonzalez are not, I would say, ready. And also Nico, so we'll see how we manage.
More drop points and 6 points behind Arsenal now. How do you see the title race? And you can't
Wednesday, Brighton, and we'll see, step by step.
Don't want to expand on,
I don't have a crystal ball to know what's going to happen in the future, so I don't know. Only I think is recover the players, and Wednesday, Brighton, of course, we were closer, so the way incredible we play in Sunderland the second half, and today we didn't get but score a goals or be clinical is part of, I would say, all the stats, many things that you can solve. Of course, you can create chances, and the expecting goals are higher than everyone, but have to do it. And we play, but as a manager, I said to the team, so never could be more, part of that. So they played really, really good against this team, really, really good.
Just following on from what Jack said, are there any concerns about the number of injuries to defenders? Yeah. Obviously, it's hard when you get injuries to one group of players.
Of course, I have a lot. Stone is missing for I don't know how many months, and Ruben now will be out, and Josko will be out, and Nathan. Always we know with Nathan cannot play regularly, so a situation. But in the same time, what happened last season. So stay strong, and we will find the solution. Spirit will be there. Spirit is there, will be there.
Alex.
Hi, Pep. Just a quick one on Rodri. You mentioned then, obviously, a huge boost to have him back. Is he now at the stage, do you think, where he can play 3 games in a week? Or
I don't. That is the. I said before, you didn't listen to me. It's the biggest question mark. So I don't know.
The schedule kind of demands that a little bit, though, doesn't it? Of a play, especially with Nico Gonzalez, if he's out longer term than a few.
Yeah, what I'm saying, we'll see. We'll see day by day. Always they happen in the past. So don't make. We'll see tomorrow. You know, action, and we see. We take a decision day of the game.
Pep, in the second half, we could see you sometimes getting a little frustrated at your team giving the ball away. You know, the second half performances sometimes after the break, you've been giving away a few chances. Is that a lack of concentration in the team?
No.
Or?
We cannot play the way we play. It's like concentration. We just sometimes the players need, I need the pass to do it, or we can keep it a little bit more. So when the fatigue is there in 1-0 in the last minutes, maybe we can keep a little bit more right, left, Cherky to Jeremy to Cherky a little bit more. We want to finish a little bit closer, but it's normal. They are aggressive, they are strong, and sometimes they happen. But it's not about it. Sometimes you take a bad decision. That doesn't mean it's lack of concentration. It's happened. So they play. So in general, was outstanding. So the first half, and especially. Of course, when the team demand to be more aggressive like they happen, it's a little bit more difficult. But how many times Willing with Jeremy or Erling, we have the ball because man marking action the 2 against 1, 3 against 4. It was 4, 3, 4, 5 for the last pass, 1 meter before me, late, shorter, smaller, or quicker, and that make the difference. And today, we could not finish that.
Do you have any concerns talking about those injuries over your squad size now with so many games coming up?
No, of course I have concern. Have you been the bench today? It's 3 players for academy, and now we have more. So we don't have players. That is the truth. Add
this January?
I don't think so. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, because I know Ruben is a big loss, and just because a big loss is the partnership have done. Bringing what we are, but they are incredible good things what they have done against that team. That with Enzo, I don't know now, but with Enzo we are masters in build up and masters in the process. We have done it unbelievable in many things, and unfortunately we could not. Yeah, we analyzed for the last 2 minutes, but in general was really good, like it was the second half in Sunderland, and many aspects. When you miss a goal in the 6-yard box in the penalty spot 3 or 4 times, so. And the moment we get that, it will be better.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
It's the gap now between Barcelona and Real Madrid, who play Real Betis on Sunday. So that's a really important game for Xabi Alonso and his players. This was a match that was won by the substitutes for Barcelona, but also a really mature performance from all of these young players. Not to worry, not to get carried away. We'll eventually find a way through.
Yeah, I think when you have the quality sitting on the bench waiting to have an impact, obviously Lewandowski's played on the bench so many times this season and had to be patient. We mentioned it already, that's his 9th goal coming off the bench since he's been at Barcelona. And more often than not, he's been the substitute player who's coming off the bench, having to have an impact for Barcelona to get back in games or potentially win games. But I thought the performance from Fermin Lopez with a couple of assists was excellent. And then, of course, Olmo's opening goal. Dani Olmo's opening goal. That finish, that exquisite finish into the far corner was truly special to get his 5th goal this season. But this was a hard-fought game for Barcelona. They were miles away from it. They were nowhere near good enough in the first 45 minutes. They were outshot in the first half. The shots on target were better in the first half from Espanyol. And actually, if it wasn't for the goalkeeper, Joan Garcia, the Barcelona goalkeeper who just recently transferred from Espanyol, I mean, they would have found themselves down. That guy Garcia had maybe 3 world-class saves in this game. And in that second half in particular, both goalkeepers were outstanding. And that's why it was 0-0 all the way to the 86th minute, I think it was. I mean, absolutely fabulous game. It was a brilliant game, end-to-end action, and actually the better team at the end of the day probably did not win this one.
We need to tip our hats to the performance from Espanyol. Manolo Gonzalez got them playing brilliantly this season. I think coming into this game, I said it in the intro, 5 wins in a row, and they proved to Barcelona that they can go toe-to-toe with the top teams in Spain this season.
Yeah, they kept Barcelona as well with only 3 shots in the first 45 minutes. I mean, that was Barcelona's lowest tally in the first half of a La Liga game this season. And let's not forget, this is a derby game, right? So there's something to play for here. Espanyol, as you pointed out there, the 5 games coming into this matchup, those are not easy games as well, right? The last one in particular against Athletic Club, that was outstanding. I thought they were very, very good in the first 45 minutes. I do think that they should have scored. Permila should have scored that one we showed you in the highlights. He had another opportunity he should have scored, and outside of an outstanding goalkeeping performance from Joan Garcia, they would have scored a couple of goals in this game. I feel very sorry for Espanyol. Good friend of mine, Alan Pace, he's the owner of the club now, under American ownership. He's doing a great thing at that football club, and they're actually bringing the right players into the football club. I don't know if you noticed there, but the right winger who started the game was Tyrese Dolan. He was playing for Blackburn Rovers last year. They're going out and their scouting is really excellent. And I think it's because of Alan Pace now having a different idea of how he wants to run that football club. They're getting the best results. And it's not just Spanish players or players from the Catalan region that are doing it for them. They're looking outside to try and be better, to try and improve. But I think they'll be slightly upset they didn't get something from this game, because I thought overall, full 90, they were a better team.
Now, we have been known sometimes on this show to be critical of goalkeepers, but credit where credit's due. Joan Garcia, I mean, some fabulous saves throughout this game, but also to have the foresight to be able to do that little push on the defender to block the oncoming attacker. I mean, that was really, we talk of football intelligence. That's brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you will never see defending like this. Take a look at this again. You will never see defending like this often. I mean, this is unbelievable. To have the quick thinking, the mindset to be able to push your own defender, right? This is the look at it. You've got Gerard Martin going towards the ball. He's never going to get there. Goalkeeper's trying to get there. Absolutely bullies his own defender. And then Martin makes the block.
Yeah.
I mean, that is quality.
Son, get in the way.
That's quality defending. That was the save right there. This is the world-class save, I thought. I mean, he has no business making that save, Joan Garcia. That's why he was brought into Barcelona. Now, you obviously heard through the commentary that maybe there should be an inclusion into the Spanish national team. When I see performances like that, absolutely. This guy needs to be spoken about a bit more. He's had a bit of injury. He's obviously had a little bit of a controversial time. He will have a battle between now and the end of the season to keep that starting spot. But keep playing like that, son. Another clean sheet and another victory, and you're the reason why.
Was it also an impressive show from Hansi Flick tactically to know the right players to bring off the bench? Ultimately, both goals came from substitutes, didn't they? That he was able to assess what the game was telling him in terms of tactics and react to that.
Yeah, when you look at the starting 11 that he went with, I mean, it's quite incredible that they had so much talent on the bench waiting to come on, but they actually had impact players on the field. I mean, Torres starts up top with Rafinha playing the number 10, Lamine Yamal on the right-hand side, Rashford, who didn't do much, who came off in the second half. He actually came off at half-time. And, of course, you saw Fermin Lopez, who came on for him at half-time, have 2 impacts with the assist that he created. But they weren't doing much. If you look at the stats in the first half, 288 accurate passes, 72% passes they've had. Obviously, ball completion. That's okay, but you don't do anything with it. Second half, compare that to what they did do. They had 65% possession of the ball. They took 12 shots in that second half compared to only 3 shots they took in the first half. So I think what Hansi Flick did well is he recognised we got a lot of the ball, but we're not doing anything with it. We need to be more creative. There needs to be more desire to try something in that final third. Try to get in behind, try to make it happen, and in that second period it started to happen to them. Pedri obviously had an impact from that midfield area as well. I think it was great to see him obviously coming off the bench and having some sort of an impact. But if you can bring Lewandowski off the bench and have an impact like that, Dani Olmo off the bench and have an impact like that, Fermin Lopez, Pedri off the bench, Hansi Flick, can you imagine? He wakes up in Barcelona with the sun shining every single morning. Guten Morgen, buenos dias, Hansi Flick, right? And he's looking forward to his day and he goes, well, I wonder what players I'm going to select for my starting 11 and which ones I'm going to leave out. The most difficult decision Hansi Flick has got to make is probably the ones he leaves out, not the ones he puts in the starting 11. You got to then have a man management style to be able to get exceptional performance from players who come onto the field. And that's what happened in this game, right? But there was one incident I want to point out to you, and I mentioned it during the highlights. Dani Olmo pointing at the clock, right? These players will be patient with you for so long because world-class players and talented international superstars, Adam, they want to play every single game. They want to be in the starting 11. They don't want to sit on the bench. So I did see that little point to the clock, and that was a signal to Hansi Flick. Give me more playing
He's also learning as he goes, Hansi Flick, because remember that game in the Champions League, they lost to Chelsea. I mean, what a difference a month or so makes after that. But these are the performances since then. It's been 8 wins in a row and a lot of clean sheets in there. We were very critical of Barcelona defensively in the middle part of the season. That high line, they were conceding goal after goal, but they've 4 clean sheets in a row now.
Yeah, very good with the 4 clean sheets in a row right now, and obviously they're getting better and better. I want to see that one. I mean, if you look at their last 9 games, it's 9 wins, 21 goals scored, 6 goals conceded, and as you pointed out there, the 4 straight games with a clean sheet's quite exceptional. Joan Garcia now, great to see that type of a performance from him as a goalkeeper. I think that type of performance, obviously bleeds confidence to your defenders as well. And you saw the way that he pushed Gerard Martin in that back line. But there's players coming back healthy now for Barcelona. Let's not forget that. They've been hampered with injury left, right and centre. I still think the plan stays. Hansi Flick wants to win that Champions League title. I really believe that. If he wins the Champions League with this Barcelona side, he'll go down as one of the greatest managers in Champions League history, as far as I'm concerned. What he did with Barcelona, exceptional. With Bayern Munich, exceptional. If he does the same thing with Barcelona, I mean, doing it with multi-clubs in a competition like that is truly exceptional. So I think that's the one he wants more than anything else. But Real Madrid are essentially handing them the La Liga title right now.
Yesterday reported that Liam Rosenior was the leading candidate to take over at Chelsea as they continued their search for a new head coach. Today, Rosenior's current team, Strasbourg, were in action in Ligue 1. Our reporter Gary Cottrell was there for us, taking on Nice in France's top division. Hi there, Gary. Good evening to you. So Rosenior was in the dugout for Strasbourg's draw with Nice. But of course, you'd imagine that talk in the post-match news conference would have been dominated by his future. So what did he have to say?
Yeah, you're right, it was, and he took lots of questions about his future. Listen, if he wants to be a successful Chelsea head coach, he's going to have to win games, win trophies, bring through youngsters, improve youngsters, and deal with tough media nights. The world focus is on Chelsea, of course, unlike the current job he's got at Strasbourg. And actually, he handled it all really well. He was open to all questions, played a straight bat in most of them. He said, look, I haven't discussed anything with the Chelsea hierarchy about specifically the Chelsea head coach job. But he says, of course, our sister club are looking for a head coach. If something happens, it happens. But he confirmed again his desire to work at the very top in football, and that means working in the Premier League. Obviously, you talk all the time to sporting directors at Chelsea because of the relationships. What are the talks specifically about you potentially becoming Chelsea head coach been like? What have you discussed as far as that's concerned?
I haven't discussed anything at this point. I know that they're looking for a manager. Obviously, it's our sister club. Other than that, I really want to focus on this club because, Gary, this club has given me so much. So many good memories, so many good times. The players, the fans, it's a great city. I don't think it's respectful to talk about anything else straight after a game that we've drawn. Like I said before, if something happens, it happens. At the moment, nothing's happened.
Liam Rosenior, Chelsea head coach, sounds nice, doesn't it?
Liam Rosenior, Strasbourg manager, sounds nice as well. I know that there's lots of speculation. I'd have to be an alien not to know.
Just the final one from me. Obviously, you've got some time off. I imagine, as discussed, no game now for a week. Could we see you at the Etihad on Sunday night from the stands watching Chelsea?
There's no plans to be there.
Craven Cottage on Wednesday?
There's no plans to be there.
The Valley next weekend?
Who knows?
The Arsenal semi-final in 10 days?
Who knows?
Liam, est-ce que tu peux nous dire si tu t'es déjà projeté sur le match contre Avanches?
Sorry. Are you already thinking about the game in French Cup against Amorim?
For sure. My job is here.
No plans to be there, no plans to be there. Changed, didn't it, to who knows and who knows when it came to the FA Cup next weekend and that Carabao Cup semi-final in 10 days' time. So the mood music here is that he is very much top of the list and potentially the new head coach at Chelsea. There was a feeling of goodbye as he hugged every single coach, every single player on the pitch at the end of the game, went over as well and waved to the 300 or so Strasbourg fans. They haven't got anything to do as far as Strasbourg is concerned tomorrow. They got tomorrow and Monday morning off. He's due at training at Strasbourg on Monday afternoon. Will he be there?
That is the big question. Gary, thank you very much indeed.
All set up and ready to go. Declan, can you hear us?
Wait, say that again because I lost the connection.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us loud and clear?
I can hear you
it's
now.
all working.
Yeah.
We're just saying congratulations on the victory first of all, but also for you. We know that very famously you've scored 2 goals in a Champions League game before this, but you've never scored 2 goals in a Premier League game before today.
Yeah, that's a crazy stat. I hadn't scored a lot this season, to be honest with you. I'd only scored 2. So to grab a brace today and an important victory was a really nice feeling. You know, when you win and you're able to help out the team like I did today, it always had that extra bit of a special feeling. So, yeah, I'm delighted with the goals and obviously more importantly 3 points because they're a really good side, Bournemouth, especially here.
Yeah, and they're always important games, particularly when you get to this stage of the season when you are chasing a Premier League title. But this one coming off the back of the win against Villa, who are one of your direct competitors. Manchester City dropped points against Sunderland. It just feels like it was a significant one in terms of timing as much as anything.
Yeah, massive. Obviously, off the back of Aston Villa, I think the key thing today was to build on that and to go and win. You know, the win against Villa would have meant nothing if we come here today and didn't pick up anything. But it's so important this time of the year. The schedule's crazy. The fixtures come thick and fast. And, you know, if you can win your games in and around Christmas, on top of what we've done already, it's going to put us in a really good position. So we've got to keep building on that, keep the mentality right, keep pushing. But we're in a really good spot at the minute, and long may that continue.
Hi, Dick. Paul Merson here.
You're right.
You're right, mate. I was just going to say,
all good.
What did Mikel Arteta say at half-time? Because I thought first half, their midfield were all over you like a rash first half. Didn't really have time to get your heads up. A couple of times they intercepted, got you moved, and I thought Arsenal as an Arsenal team give the ball away a lot more than they usually do. Second half, you sort of overpowered them. Was there anything that he said that sort of changed that, where you had to drop off or, push on or...
Yeah, no, I think in the first half, I think we was doing the things they wanted. We kept playing the ball to our left side and they kept trapping us. As soon as we made that one pass over to Gabriel, they all swarmed in on us and, we made us either go back to David or kick it long. And like you said, it did feel like that on the pitch. It felt like they were swarmed all over us in the first half. But, we're a team at second half. Once we get in there at half time and the manager speaks and we speak between each other, we knew we had the quality and we knew the space was there to go on and win the game. And we've done that a lot this season. So, credit to everyone to go out there and perform how we did second half because that wasn't easy today.
Declan, Jamie Redknapp, congratulations, mate. Hopefully you've got a screen in front of you now. I want to talk about your 2 goals. As Kelly rightly says, very, very important ones. Let's talk through the first one. Obviously, a great finish from yourself.
Only 2 tap-ins, I think. I think, look there, it's just important. Look, there's big space, Victor's holding him off. And Martin, he was going to shoot, but he heard me shout. And obviously, if you keep the ball low, you've always got a chance, especially on the outside of the box. It's hard for the keepers to get down. So, that was a nice one to score because I've not scored many from outside the box this season.
Yeah, it's a really good finish. It's just about what do you see when you see it from this angle here, that you're just obviously trying to squeeze it into that corner because all the players are rushing over to their right.
Yeah, and you see the keeper. When the Martin's got the ball, he's on that side of the goal, and then when Martin passed it back to me, he's naturally going to move to the right. So I knew it was going to be hard for him to then make the step back down low once he'd come back across. So I think that was an important goal because there was bodies in the way as well. So I was happy with that.
And the next one, obviously, this is the winning goal, Deck. Talk us through this one because obviously Bukayo Saka's now on the pitch. He gives you so much going from that area. You make a sort of a late run again. You played the ball out wide to him. You're just sort of drifting into the box here.
Yeah, quick free kick, quick thinking. Don't let him get set. Let B be 1v1. Martin, great pass. And again, give B that shout. And
I think that zone's always so important to occupy. You know, you see so many midfielders score goals from that position. Everyone drops, and if you pull away and the ball comes, you've always got a chance to score. So I was happy with the movement of it, and obviously 2 great passes, you know, from the first goal from Martin and Bukayo on the second. So I was happy with that.
No, they're great finishes. The only problem is I've got some bad news for you that Sky are obviously going to bill you because we've got to now clean that camera deck. It's a bit of a problem for us. I don't know if you can see it here. A lot of saliva, mate. It was a sloppy kiss.
Was it?
Talk us through this.
It was only a peck. It was only a peck.
It's a New Year's kiss.
New Year's kiss,
celebratory
exactly,
kiss.
mate.
Declan, you mentioned Martin Zubimendi there, and I just want to talk to you about that relationship between the two of you and what his presence in the team allows you to do.
Yeah, I think don't underestimate to come from La Liga to come into this team. You know, he's not the biggest player or the strongest, but his brain, the way it works, allows the teams to function in such a good way. He's been unreal. He plays so many minutes already for us this season, the way he gets on the ball. And obviously he's Spain's number 6 at the minute, and rightly so. You know, you see the qualities he brings, the calmness and composure and the way he thinks. It's been great to play with him. I'm learning a lot, and you know, we've built a really good partnership. So may that continue, because we're both young, we're both fresh, and yeah, we want to keep building that together.
Deck, will you be watching the Man City-Chelsea game on Sky tomorrow?
I didn't even watch the game versus Sunderland, honestly. I think I'm just, if I've got the time tomorrow, I might watch it. But yeah, I'm just focusing on us at the minute. I know it sounds cliche, but yeah, I think it's just important. There's so many games. Our recovery's got to be so important, and I can't get too caught up in what others are doing. I think it's the most important thing is what we do, and we can only control that. You know, it'll be a good game, I'm sure, but yeah, let's just keep going ourselves.
Declan, just one on that point about not watching the games and focusing on what you're doing. Tell me about if it feels different this season, and if you've kind of learned from previous title challenges, if there's a kind of lesson you've taken from that.
No, I think like everyone plays everyone in this league. Man City, we know, are one of the best teams in the world, and you know, more than likely they're going to win their games. So it's so important for us to just stay on track and stay focused and not get caught up in what people are saying on the outside, and internally just stick into what we're trying to do and what we believe in, which is obviously to just keep winning every game. Like I said, we're in a great position, and we've been here before. It's just about keeping that mentality right, not getting complacent, and keep winning football matches. Ultimately, that's what's gonna make good things happen. So let's keep doing that.
Declan, congratulations. 6 points clear of Villa, 7 points clear of Man City, top of the league, and 3 points today with 2 goals. Well done.
Thank you very much. Have a good night. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye.
It's really interesting to hear him, and he's staying very level-headed, Merce. How much can players actually enjoy the victories over the course of a title-winning season, or is it just job done, on to the next one?
You should enjoy it. You should enjoy it. There's certain games, and Bournemouth's one of them games where they're like a Brighton, a Brentford. You go and win. People think, oh, you turn up, you win. You win here, they do you a favour at the end of the season. It's a big football result today. Mm-hmm. We never look back. When someone wins the Premier League, all we focus on was the last 3 or 4 games. But there's games like this game that they're the defining moments. It puts so much pressure on Man City. And I know people go, oh, we'll get on with our game and we'll do what we do. But you do, because I used to watch all the games. I used to watch. Of course, you want Man City to get beat tomorrow. If I'm playing for Arsenal, I want them to get beat. So for me, you know, it helps. You know, I know people say, you know, we worry about ourselves, but it's like the
way you guys handled all the challenges that Bournemouth presented tonight.
Yeah, very happy. We knew the difficulty of the match. It's a team that constantly is threatening you, is asking you questions. They are so good and attracting you, play the ball long to the right player with the right duel, the second ball, counter-press you. And to get out of that game is difficult. We made it even harder for ourselves in the manner that we conceded the first one. But I love the character of the team. I love the character of Gavi. The way he overcome that situation, it's just unbelievable. And it tells a lot about how much we've grown and matured over the years, and yeah, the team find a way to beat them, and it's a massive win.
Yeah, you just mentioned Gabi's character. He makes the uncharacteristic mistakes, and he's furious about it, and then 6 minutes later he scores. How much of his personality is translated into his game, you think?
A lot. When you talk about presence and and being dominant and authority. That's probably the player that represents that in this team. That's why it's so important. And you have to lead by example. You cannot demand that to the rest. And then if something happens to you, don't do it. So today's example, I think it's a great one.
Talking about personality, Declan Rice, how do you see the progress of his relationship with the goal and everything that the presence of Zubimendi, for example, allows him to do?
Again, another one that is put so much in the last few days to make himself available today. We didn't know for how long. So he stretched himself to the very limit. He got rewarded. The team got rewarded with 2 great goals. I think the first time that he scored 2 in the Premier League.
Yes, it is.
So, yeah, a great day to remember.
You know, you guys are the team who scored more goals in the first 15 minutes of the second half. It's 12 goals in the Premier League. How do you handle your halftime talks? Because they sure seem to be very effective.
Well, trying to learn from what happened in the first half and try to improve it. And that's what we have to do constantly. You can gather a lot of information and to try to help the players and change the course of the game or give them the tools to do that. And the players have to do it then, and they're doing that really well.
In this case, how was it? Do you think in the first half you could have put more pressure on Bournemouth?
Yes, but we couldn't because we lost the ball in very dangerous areas too many times. And when that happens, you are not compact as a block, you don't travel together. So to put pressure against a team that plays with a very open structure that wants to just attract you to put the ball in the last line, you have to be very conscious of that. If not, you get opened up. And we did get opened up a few times when we mistimed things. But then I think in the second half it was much better.
It was the first of 9 games in January in 4 different competitions. It's going to be a long month, but fans will be hopeful and excited, especially when you look at the quality of this squad. So how much confidence do you take when you look at this squad, you look at your finishers, you look at the starting 11, how much confidence does it give you for this run?
Yes, a lot. I think, first of all, we need to understand the effort that they are doing because it's what we have in January, but what we had in November and December as well. So it doesn't matter. You see the decide. You see how they celebrate their reaction to how much they want it, and that's the energy that we're going to need.
Okay, well done. Thank you.
Let's just take a moment to reflect on where they are in terms of, the turn of the year. I know they've played a game more than a couple of the teams who will be hoping to catch them, or certainly more than City who'll be hoping to catch them. But 6 points clear of Villa, 7 points clear of City. They couldn't have hoped for much better at the start of January, could they, Merce?
No, 100%. I think come what last August, if you'd have said they're going to be 7 points clear of Man City and Man City's game in hand is at home to Chelsea, you take that every day of the week. Every day of the week, yeah. They've just got to keep on going. They've just got to keep on game by game. The games go very quickly. I think how many games in January, so many games, bang. Before you know it'll be March and then it starts. The last 8 games. Man City will be thinking, if we can get within 3 points of Arsenal with 7 games to go, we will fancy our chances very strongly. If it's at 6 and 7s, I don't see it. But get down to 3, and then I think it's proper game on. That's what Man City will be aiming for.
And it's not just that. It's the semi-final of the Carabao Cup. It's top of the Champions League table. Everything is going so well for them. I honestly think that it's probably the least important competition for them, but I genuinely believe the Carabao Cup is going to be so important because if they win that, it will just relax them into the rest of the season. It will take the pressure off to a certain extent. Don't get me wrong, they want this. This is the one they want. They want the league title, and then the Champions League can take care of itself. If they're lucky enough to do the double, unbelievable. But I do think that they've just got to win a trophy. And winning that Carabao Cup, because it's not the sort of game you want to lose against a big rival. You know, it's like of Arsenal, Chelsea. It's a huge one for them. I think it will just relax them, because at times I feel with Arsenal, as good as what they've been this last few years, they've been so unfortunate, but I also think pressure has sometimes got in their way. They've wanted it so badly that it hurts, and that can sometimes come at a cost, and it has done. But I feel that if they can just get that one and everything else, there's no reason why with this squad, because look at the players they're not even bringing off the bench. They're not even bringing off Eze today, who's an unbelievable player. They have got such an incredible squad, and that has been their downfall over the last few years, Paul.
But that squad is going to be so important. Natalie pointed it out there. I was talking to Mikel Arteta about it there, about how busy their January is. But there are away games in the Premier League between now and the end of the season. You look at the Manchester City one, and if it stays sort of nip and tuck between them within sort of 3-4 points, then that could potentially be significant come the end of the season and, on the 18th of April. But Do they look winnable to you, Paul?
Yeah, they all look winnable. I think what they won 5 and drew 2 of them games. Obviously, Leeds weren't in the Premier League, so if they can match what they did last season, that means they draw against Man City and they draw one and win the others. They take that tomorrow morning. They take that tomorrow morning, but on any given day, you've only got to go back to last year. Ball goes over the top, Saliba gets sent off, lose the game. It just takes that one bit of lack of concentration or a bit of luck or bad luck here and there. But they're hard games. Tottenham ain't going to be easy. Brentford's not easy. Long throw, got one of the best home records in the league. No one likes to go to Leeds. Leeds, it'll be electric. You can make a case for all them teams. Forest are fighting for their lives. So, when they play Wolves might be shackles off, or who knows, Wolves might have won 4 on the trot. It's all about timings when you get down to there.
How important, Paul, is it that you've got a bit of breathing space in that game, April the 18th? You don't want to be going there feeling like it's a must-win, do you?
Oh, you'd want to be 6 points clear. You want to be 6 points clear. If that's a 3 point and Man City win that and go level with what would be left then 4 or 5 games, you've got to go with a team that have got over the line umpteen times to the team that haven't got over, and that's what. But they've got to look after them games before that. Who knows? Man City, a couple more draws like they did against Sunderland, and they might fizzle away. But they just got to keep on doing. They're doing amazing at the moment. Arsenal, and their squad is so strong.
It does look so good for Arsenal. They're in pole position. As you said, they've got the squad depth that maybe they've been missing in previous seasons. If it is going to turn, if it were to go against them, where do you think might be the weak point?
Up front. I don't think Arsenal have a natural goal scorer. Gyökeres has come in as supposed to be that goal scorer, but I don't think he's a natural goal scorer. You know what I mean? He never really tapping balls in. He's always got, he hasn't scored a lot of goals, full stop. I think that's where because when it gets down to the last 8 games and it gets so nervy, believe me, it's so nervy. You might need that out of something, and I just don't think they got that natural goal scorer. The nearest thing to it probably is Jesus. But he goes for Gyökeres before him, and I think he'll go with Havertz before him as well when he comes back. So that would be the one for me. I just don't think they have that goal scorer, do you know what I mean, out of nothing.
Having said that, they managed 3 today against Bournemouth.
Yeah, they got 3, but they were 3 very good goals. One was from a centre-half and 2 from a midfield player. Again, not a centre-forward.
No.
For your father, for your mother, for your senior brother. Come on, my funny guy, he got I got you, but now you don't even know what. So what they going in the only name, you check it out. My go, they got it. They got it. So I'm making you ask. I should get goes you on about no boss. Now Jesus Christ is your mind. You got the butcher. Macro, our butcher. Chairman, I butcher. When I was at that weapon, butcher, and amen. Only call chairman, I would Jamaica. Onye kere ụwa so mmebe anyị biko anyị ekene n'ụlọ ọ ga-abụrụ niile na mma ụkwụ ụlọ jiri bịa ebe a ma nyere anyị taata nke ụlọ ga-eji na ga-agasị mma n'aha Jizọs udo dịrị ụlọ onye ọbụla si ebe a na anyị mekọrịtazi ihe niile onye ọbụla si ebe a na-apụ na-anapụ udo ahụ na-eburuzie na ruo na be
playing Premier League, he seems like doing marches, call-outs in the boxes. Should we expect a similar type of game against Sunderland and score and so stuff?
Of course, I hope we can create more, and I also know we can do that. And that's always the aim. But I expect a tight game against a team that will know exactly what they do in terms of defending and run very hard. And of course, as you can say, if you have 3 of your key creators out, Maddison, Xavi and Kulusevski, that limit, of course, that final pass. So we know that final pass with the perfect weight to open up a defence helps. hey, that's not a tool I have in my toolbox. So I need to find other solutions to make sure that we improve, get over the line and get 3 points, and then we step forward from that.
And one of those players, particularly with Johnson signaling his way out, was Kudus, who's, you've invested in the summer and has played a lot this season. I'd say, in recent weeks, probably haven't seen the absolute best of it. Do you need to see him and, I suppose, other senior players and creative players step up in that?
Yeah, I think it's two things. It's always my responsibility to help them, guide them to get in the best position. And then, of course, the players need to perform. That's not, they know that they're professional. Mo is a top guy, and he wants to do good and do better. And I think he had overall a good season for him. But I think also there's a lot of focus on him. If they close him down, then where the other threats come from. So that's the thing we need to work on, make sure there's all threats, or we put him in good positions where he can produce some of those moments.
Is there, I suppose, a lack of coherence in, Tottenham are a club associated with playing really daring football? Obviously, it's the motto, and what people say, Tottenham can be bad but never be boring, etc. But also, going back to that first point, just not having the kind of players available versus, what they had in previous years, 4 or 5 years ago, in terms of those top-level creative attackers. You feel like you're building in a way that suits this team the best to pick up results, but perhaps naturally, if you're on the way to picking up points, it's not going to be the most entertaining kind of football based on the players.
I think there's part of that. As I said, all the teams I had before, we have been top goal scorers in the league, so we have created top scorers, and that will happen again. That I'm absolutely 100% convinced about, but also know along the way we need to get enough points to tweak a few bits, but we still need to make sure we play forward and we play enough expansive football and do that. But everything is connected. If you then open up and we lose 3-1, but it looks that's not good either. So is that a fine balance?
Dave.
I was going to ask you, Thomas, is it important to resist any temptation for a short-term fix, let's say, in the January window? Somebody can just come in and help you for, say, 4 months?
I think as I said, we are out there in the market and we'll do everything we can to improve the squad. But I'm also there that I think we should be so aware of short-term impact can't limit long-term success, because then I think we've done badly. But of course, on the flip side, can we do something that really will improve? I think we should go very hard for that.
And I was going to ask you, if it's not possible to have anyone in January, it's clear that we want to make some signings. But if it's not possible at all, the long-term signing, the player for the short, medium, and long-term isn't there. Are you kind of strong enough to say, okay, we'll stick with what we've got?
I would say that it's like with everything. We have lists of players, and we have number priority 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in every position, of course. And you go to number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably not as good as you want, and is number 6 good enough for us to get where we want to be in the future? Probably not. But it's a fine balance. Sometimes you need to take some steps forward before we can get the perfect solution. So that's why we need to every decision, as I said, every decision we make need to be for long-term success, but very aware of how impactful it can be now as well. So that could end with that. But of course, I hope that we are. I know I know Johan, Fabio, Vinay are working day and night to do everything together with the recruitment team. The family is backing us with everything. But I think the best clubs take good, sensible decisions.
Just quickly, just finally on the Man Solomon transfer, the optics of that with what's going on around Fabio seem pretty strange, shall we say. Can you talk a little bit about, from an internal point of view, how that move has been decided and what's in it for Spurs, essentially?
Yeah, I just think that, different players, every player that is a transfer is something we agree on is the right decision. So in that case, the same.
Matt?
Okay.
On that, it's been portrayed in Italy as Fabio's first signing for Fiorentina. Who is he working for in this window?
Good question. Maybe you know. I think Fabio is Tottenham sports director, and spoke to him 2 days ago. No, not 2 days ago. Spoke to him yesterday. He was working very hard for Tottenham.
Do you think you'll get something that will help you with this window?
I just know, when I speak to Fabio, spoke to him twice yesterday, Johan this morning, the two of them were working very, very hard.
Can you give us a sort of an idea of how you see your transfer strategy? I know you sort of say, anything that can help us, we want in, but we sort of saw a period when you were signing teenagers, we saw a period in the summer when you were signing older players or with Champions League experience. So what's the priority for you?
I think it always needs to be both. Of course, we like players that can impact the team now. That is the main priority. But at the same time, it's not that we just stop signing teenagers, because I think you need to have players impact now, but also players that can help the team for the long term. Sometimes you sign maybe a young player that's good enough to play now. Sometimes sign a young player that is one that you come in and send them on loan, and then they're part of the long-term thinking. So it'll still be a mix of both.
When you talk about developing players into top scorers, as we saw you do, Brentford, you mentioned, who in this team can you turn into a top scorer?
I think there's a lot with the potential in that aspect. So first and foremost, I think Richie have done well compared to a lot of other seasons. He's fit and available, and still playing without key creators behind him. Always really like Salah and Gay. Said that many times. I'm convinced he will score a lot of goals for us when he's fit and available. I think Wilson got a very good potential. Matty got a very good potential. Mo needs to score more goals. Will score more goals. Okay.
Thanks, Thomas. How do you balance, very generally explaining why Tottenham are where they are right now, as you have put us a last time about, without, I suppose, making it sound like you're making excuses? How do you strike that balance of being honest?
How do you think I'm doing? Thank you. It's of course that's always it's a good challenge to try to manage expectations, and probably one of the biggest challenge as a head coach or in life for anyone. Also manage expectations to your wife. That can also be a challenge sometimes. I think we all experience that sometimes. But I also, as I keep saying, reality is that 3 years ago we finished 8th playing in Champions League. 2 years ago we finished 5th not playing Europe. Last season we finished 17 playing Europa League. This season we're playing Champions League and playing in Champions League, and still lacking quite a few of our key players. So that just make it a little bit of a challenge. We work very hard on improving the players we have, and they work very hard to do everything they can to help the team. So that's just one step at a time.
How has your maybe understanding of Spurs expectations and Spurs fans' expectations perhaps evolved and changed over the 6 months or so you've been there?
I knew exactly what I went into. I knew exactly it would be a big challenge, and of course you always hope for. When I walked in the door, I didn't expect Solanke and Maddison to be out for 7 months, as an example, or Kulusevski not to be ready for. That's one thing, but I knew it would be a big challenge, and I knew it will be a transitional season, and I knew we are building something that I convinced will be very good in the future. I know we are, how can you say, there's a few things to improve, but I'm very aware what it is.
And just with Sunderland, obviously you spoke about you like Johnson scored some more goals, some one of the best defence in the league this season, and conceded the least goals in the league this season. Just how difficult an opponent would they be for you, given their record, and also you'll need to maybe put a few more goals in there?
Yeah, but that'd be very tough challenge. I know that, and that's why when we start the game tomorrow, we need to come out flying, come brave, intense, and we need the fans with us. They need to help us. That's what everyone need when you are in a place where everything not free floating, clicking. That's where you help each other. We help each other to get each other over the line. Everyone will be very happy for 3 points on Sunday, where they almost suck the ball into the goal because they keep pushing players, helping the players. That's what we need.
You knew exactly which challenge you would take tonight. Felt like Brentford, you were able to good job. You've been your comfort zone in your house. This is Alton, obviously, and Williams, and I love them now. That's a new challenge to take on. How much are you enjoying this?
That's the good question. I like that question. When you are, let me put it this way: when you need to put in a big shift, and it's not smooth, and it's tough, it's probably difficult to enjoy it. So I will give an example. If I run hard, I don't enjoy that moment. But I know I need to keep my head down and run hard to get through it, to get my whatever fitness up, or to win a race, or whatever it is. So we are in the situation you need to run hard to stay in it, to get through it. And then on the other side, when we look back on this spell, or maybe this first year where it was tough, we think what a learning, what an experience, made us so much better for the future. So the short answer is no. But reality is you can't. But when I put myself out of it and look down, I think what a learning, what a privilege to be in charge of this fantastic club in a period where it's a big transition. I think someone told me that we have changed 8 leadership guys in the top of the club. The transformation 2025 has never happened as much in 140 years. There's a lot of changes, but the potential is huge. It's my privilege to be in press conference like this, to answer questions, and also the day before, but that's part of it. So I'm looking forward to look back at it and thinking, big learning, now I'm enjoying it.
Lastly, to use that running analogy, being a manager, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
It's definitely a sprint, and it seems like no, it's a sprint. It's definitely a marathon. It definitely seems like it's one of a little bit more heavy miles I'm on now. But head down and keep going.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Hey, guys. Thank you. Huh? No, I should do. I think I'll run okay. I'm probably working too much.
My family, the company that we had, the moments that we shared together, and yeah, it's so special. This country brings an incredible opportunity to spend some time with them away from your country while you are doing what you love the most, which is play games and compete. But at the same time, you have those windows to enjoy in a different way the Christmas period.
Can you just describe what the mood and the belief is like around this place, especially after predominantly the victory against Villa, but also City dropping points last night, and whether it feels different to the emotions you felt last season?
I don't know. I cannot go back to those emotions in the last 3 years. I can talk about the emotion right now, and it's I would describe as a real hunger and focus in what we have to do to achieve what we want. That's it, and I see it every single day. And the focus is there, is what is ahead of us, what we can do today, what we can do as a team to improve and get better, and how can we get the best out of everybody around the club.
Do you notice the noise? Do you pay attention to the noise? And how do you, as the manager, try and block that noise away from your players?
I think noise is very good. That means that you are in the place that you want to be, winning in the contention to winning big trophies, and it's going to generate debate and it's going to generate emotion. And I think that's really positive.
But there's good and bad noise, isn't there?
I don't know, but you can learn from all of that, and I think the demands that we have right now demand that as well. I think it's something very natural.
There's been quite a bit of noise about Victor Gyökeres as well from the outside, and I know it's very different to what it is in the inside, but do you feel, when you hear some of the criticism directed towards Victor Gyökeres, do you feel it's fair?
I don't know, but it's going to continue to have a lot of noise around him for the next 5 years. I'm sure about that. Since day one, you signed a number 9 for Arsenal with the background that he has and the expectation that we have as a team. That's not going away. That's part of his role, and that's part of life of being Arsenal number 9, and that's it.
What's he like within himself mentally? How strong is he?
Very strong.
And how are you with him?
Well, just try to give him all the support, all the tools, all the solutions, and give him confidence. That's what I think. When I see him train every day, how he's in the meetings, how much he wants to do well, the way he's working every single match, it will click, it will come in. And one thing is missing at the moment is that he scored more goals, but he's doing a lot of things right.
Just finally, Mikel, it's January the 2nd, so I do have to ask you, well, what's your New Year's resolution?
Well, the first thing is health for everybody, because we live in a world at the moment that unfortunately a lot of issues are occurring, too many, so that's number one. And the second one, to be able to make your own decisions freely.
What do you mean by that? From yourself?
For everybody. I see that people are constantly doubting, and there is a lot of idealism. Do what you feel, and if you feel this is the best thing for you, fight for it and go for it.
Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's start, though, with some breaking news concerning Manchester United and their search for a central midfielder. Let's come to you first, Mark. What can you tell us?
Yeah, well, when you talk about Manchester United and transfers, it's always significant. There's always a lot of interest because it's one of the biggest clubs on the planet, and therefore the fans are desperate to know what they're going to do in January. We know that Ruben Amorim has been speaking today about potential incomings, and we've got a little bit of breaking news here on Sky Sports News with regards to what they're looking to do, not necessarily in January. However, they have explored the possibility of signing players in the winter window. They're also looking ahead to the summer as well, but they have explored conditions of a potential deal for a central midfielder, the Brighton man, Carlos Baleba. We know that they have an interest in the player. They have been linked with him in the past, and they have explored conditions of a deal in this window. Brighton's stance is, as it always is, Carlos Baleba is not for sale. He's someone that we rate very highly, and therefore we are not interested in selling him, particularly during January. He has a contract until 2028 with a year's option on Brighton Hove Albion's side, so he's got a long-term contract. So we know that any potential deal would be significant. Brighton don't want to lose what they deem a key player at 21 years old. We know what happened to the last central midfielder they had that was very highly rated. Moises Caicedo went for what was then a Premier League record, £115 million. Carlos Baleba very much in the same remit as far as they're concerned. They don't want to lose him. They see a huge future for him down on the south coast. But the fact that Manchester United are in the market potentially to sign a player in January is hugely significant. And he's not the only name on their list as well.
Who else is?
Well, United's priority is signing at least one, possibly two central midfielders in 2026, whether that be January or more likely in the summer. The focus is on signing them in the summer because it's quite a difficult window to get those long-term targets. And we understand the list of targets includes Elliot Anderson, Adam Wharton and Wolves' João Gomez. We know Casemiro could depart this summer. There is an option that Manchester United have to trigger an option in his contract to extend his time at Old Trafford. But those terms aren't favourable for Manchester United right now. Kobbie Mainoo's future remains unclear. Manuel Ugarte has not delivered so far in a Manchester United shirt. So you can understand why they're looking at one, if not two, central midfielders this month, more likely in the summer. But if they can bring in a player like Carlos Baleba in January, it could make such a big difference in terms of what they're able to achieve this season. There's been some mixed results for United, mixed performances over the course of the last few weeks, but they are well placed to deliver European football once more. So whether or not they can get a player in January to help support that, and bring life into a season which has faltered at times, we wait to see. Carlos Baleba would be a player who could make a difference for United.
You mentioned a couple of the sort of big names there. People know about Adam Wharton, people know about Elliot Anderson, people know about Baleba. A couple of names I just want to put on your radar as well and put on the radar of Manchester United fans. Lille's Ayoub Bouadi is another player that Manchester United are in. Young player, he's only 18 years old, one for the future. Another player that is of interest to Manchester United, another player that they're currently tracking, Christoph Mouzakitis as well. He's at Olympiakos, 19 years old, another youngster, another one for the future. We know that every single Premier League club wants to sign these young players that are teenagers that they can mould and develop into superstars. And it seems to be that everyone just wants players under the age of 22. But Manchester United, whilst they're focusing on the players that James has mentioned with experience, that are Premier League ready, they've also got their eye on a couple of youngsters in Europe that are also doing the business at the moment. So really fascinating stuff to come out of Manchester United. What feels like a strategy, a plan. They've got targets. They've got long-term targets. For the first time in a while, it feels like Manchester United are doing what Manchester United fans want them to do, and that is go and target the right positions with the right type of players, and of course players for the future as well. So really fascinating stuff to come out.
You would think that also that reflects that they will be aware that some of the clubs who own the players you've just mentioned, it will be difficult. You just touched on Carlos Baleba, but Nottingham Forest, for example, who are fighting to stay up, will not want one of their best players to leave the club in January for any fee, you would suggest.
No, absolutely not. None of these players will be easy to get, and particularly when you're Manchester United and the phone starts ringing, they think, well, we'll charge you more because you're one of the biggest clubs commercially in the world and you've got the money to do it. One of the key things for Manchester United is that they get into some form of European football. It really needs to be Champions League football because the extra 70 to 80 million pounds that competition brings enables them to go to the next level. A, they can say to the players, we're playing Champions League football, which all young players want to do. And B, the finances that will add to their accounts give them the opportunity to go and spend that little bit more money because it increases their turnover, which means that they actually can play at the big boys table, which has sometimes historically recently been more difficult because they haven't been able to give Champions League football or pay the wages that perhaps other clubs can do because they have to be a little bit more conscious of PSR. They still are a huge juggernaut when it comes to finances and they still generate huge sums of money, but they've had to be more careful and conscious of it than perhaps they have done in the recent history.
So what might be possible for Manchester United in January? Ruben Amorim was asked about recruitment in his news conference today.
The transfer window is not going to change. We have no conversation in this moment to have any change in the squad. There's a process. There's an idea that is going to continue. We are near the places of Champions League, but we are near also for 8 teams behind us. So let's focus on the next game, just that, and our focus is to win the next game.
So Ruben Amorim is focusing on the next game, James. Behind the scenes, they're clearly focusing on central midfield. Are there other positions as well United would like to strengthen?
Yeah, they're looking at forward options. Antoine Semeno was a market opportunity and represents a market opportunity in January with that release clause. United were in the market for him. They wanted to sign him, but he looks destined to join Manchester City. They could offer a better package. And right now, they're a club who are very close to winning trophies, which is somewhere United aren't at right now, but somewhere that United want to be very soon. They're also monitoring the situation around players like Jean-Philippe Mateta at Crystal Palace, who got back to scoring ways yesterday, not being in the best of form for Crystal Palace right now. He's only got 18 months left on his contract, and it doesn't look like there's a real likelihood of him signing a new deal. So potentially in the summer, that represents a window where Jean-Philippe Mateta could move. I think it's unlikely Palace will sell him in the situation they're at and the competition they're in right now at the moment. The other player is Jan Diomande from RB Leipzig, a winger, 19-year-old, one for the future. They're also looking at centre-backs because, yes, they've got plenty right now, but Harry Maguire is out of contracts in the summer. And Jeremy Jacquet, Crystal Palace were in for him in the summer. They end up signing JD Convo, but Jacquet from Rennes is a player they're looking at as well. So very much players they're looking at for now, but also those for the future as well, as they try to get United back to where they think the club should be.
He said something similar, Mark, towards the end of last season about not having too much room for manoeuvre in the market. One of the keys probably for Manchester United was getting players out as well. Anthony going, Jadon Sancho going out on loan, Marcus Rashford going out on loan. Which players do you think are dispensable this month, and would Joshua Zirkzee be in that conversation?
Yeah, he's absolutely a player that potentially could be leaving Manchester United. We've heard from Ruben Amorim there, and he was quite clear, really, in terms of no one has asked to leave, and he's not expecting anyone to ask to leave. However, Joshua Zirkzee taken off at half-time against Wolves after scoring, and we know that there is interest from Roma. Does it feel like his days are coming to an end at Old Trafford? Yes. There's normally noise because there's an opportunity. Clubs don't generally go in for clubs or make it known that they're interested in players if they haven't been given some kind of assurance or guidance or a little bit of information from the representatives of the player. Yet he'd be open to coming. He's not particularly happy at the club, or he's not getting the game time he wants at the club. So let's get some noise out there. You make the approach and we'll see if we can get a deal done. Joshua Zirkzee, certainly one player that's on the radar of Roma at the moment, and you'd imagine there may be an opportunity for him to move on. Certainly, if not permanently, then at least on loan between now and the end of the window.
We've talked about central midfield and the options that Manchester United have looked at or have on a short list. Some Manchester United fans will say, we have quite a good one at the club. He's played for England at the last major tournament. Why aren't you using him more? Kobbie Mainoo.
Well, Kobbie Mainoo, he's currently out injured. He's missed the last couple of games, but when he was fit, he wasn't given opportunities. He's yet to start a match in the Premier League so far this season. It's our understanding, despite the fact there continues to be talk around Kobbie Mainoo, that United would only consider selling him if they receive an exceptional offer. And in terms of any outgoings in this January window, there would have to be, if they were to be loaned, with an obligation to buy, whereby United would receive a fee for the player. They're not going to be doing any clubs any favours, especially right now. They're potentially missing up to 8 first-team players for that game against Leeds this weekend. And we understand that Kobbie Mainoo, despite the fact it doesn't feel that way, is a key part of Manchester United's long-term future. And Ruben Amorim feels he's part of the long-term future as well. But what confuses us sometimes is the fact that Ruben Amorim doesn't seem to find a place for him in the starting 11 when he's fit. He says that Bruno Fernandes is the first choice in that position, and Kobbie Mainoo can only play in that position. Bruno Fernandes, when he's fit, doesn't miss a single minute. He's rarely taken off in games either. So Kobbie Mainoo, it's a weird situation whereby we're being told he's a key part of United's future, but when he's fit, we're not seeing him feature. And that is the disappointing thing for Manchester United fans. That's why he gets such a brilliant reaction when he comes onto the pitch. This is the player who scored the winning goal in the FA Cup final just over 18 months ago against Manchester City. But now it doesn't feel like there's a real route into that first team for him, especially when they want to sign 2 more midfielders.
A question then for either of you, that can both of those things not be true? That he can be seen as a part of the future, but for the moment, Bruno Fernandes is the preferred option. But Bruno Fernandes is nearly 31, I think. So particularly in central midfield position, 2 or 3 more years at the top before Kobbie Mainoo does become the future of Manchester United.
I think with Kobbie Mainoo, because he's played for England and he's played at Euros for England, his career has accelerated at a rate that nobody really predicted, and he became a regular first-team player at Manchester United. I think we see the same with Miles Lewis-Skelly at Arsenal as well. They've accelerated to such a level where they feel like they should be getting first-team opportunities because their performances have merited them. But when you're such a young player, there are times in your career where progression isn't always upwards. And you're right, he's just 20 years of age, so perhaps some patience is required, because in 2 or 3 years' time he could become the most important player at Manchester United. But clearly he wants to be playing first-team football. He's been given first-team football in the past, so it's difficult for him to understand why he's not featuring, and it's difficult for a player that age not to be playing football either. So I understand where you're coming from. It feels like he could be a player for the long-term future, and we may not see him as much now, but clearly he's impatient. He wants to get on with his career. He wants to get back into that England side, which feels a long way away right now.
The January transfer window is open, and one of the big early moves looks to be that man, Bournemouth's Antoine Semeno to Manchester City, but it is far from done yet. Hello there, welcome along to Good Morning Transfers. The January window is up and running, and we look set for another bumper month of deals. Alongside me for the hour, former Bournemouth midfielder Dan Gosling and James Green, who is keeping across all the deals for you. Semeno isn't the only winger that looks to be on the move. Brennan Johnson left out of Tottenham's squad last night as he looks set to depart. We'll hear from his manager Thomas Frank. Meanwhile, West Ham are wasting no time. Attackers is what Nuno wants, and it looks like he might get two, and one of them may be done in time to feature tomorrow. Arsenal may be top of the table for the start of 2026, but will Mikel Arteta look to strengthen his squad in a bid to end their long wait for a Premier League trophy? While at Manchester United, may they have to wait until the summer until they spend big, or could they dip their toes into the market? We've got the latest on two players that they're keeping an eye on. Welcome along. Great to have you with us. Here we go then. Deadline day, 31 days away, and all the build-up starts right here for you. And of course, dominating the news this morning, Bournemouth winger Antoine Semeno. Mr. Dan Gosling, welcome along, sir. Look, Manchester City set to be his destination. Is this the right move for City? Is this the right move for Semeno?
Well, for the player, it's obviously a fantastic move if it happens. There was talk he had the whole of the top 5-6 clubs in the Premier League after him, which is no surprise really, given what he's done this year in the last couple of years at Bournemouth. I think Manchester City are getting a goal scorer, something that they need. I think he's different to all their wingers. I think his goals and his numbers really are a lot better this year for sure than Manchester City, what they have, and that over-reliance on Erling Haaland, I think Semeno could just help with that.
Yeah. Right, more from Dan very shortly, but let's take you to where Semeno looks to be heading, and that is the Etihad Stadium. Ben Ransom joins us from there now. Ben, a very good morning to you. Happy New Year. Why is Pep Guardiola so keen to sign Semeno?
I think Dan's hit the nail on the head there. I think it's those goals from wide areas. It's an area where you'd have to say City have been light over the last couple of seasons. We know all about the disappointment of last year, and this year they're right back in the title race. But as again Dan said, that over-reliance on Erling Haaland's goals, he's got 19 of their Premier League goals. Semeno has 9 for Bournemouth. That's more than any other City player. Foden the closest with 7. And in terms of goals from wide areas specifically, the likes of Doku, Shirky, Marmoush when he's played, Oscar Bob Savino, they've only got 3 goals between them. So you can see why it's an area of the squad where Pep feels they are maybe a little bit light, and they've probably been light in that area since maybe Riyad Mahrez left a couple of seasons ago. His goal contribution from those wide areas was probably overlooked in that run of title wins, and before that Raheem Sterling. So he's obviously seen an opportunity to get a player who's at the very top of his game, who's consistently got better and better and better with every season that's gone by. And last season, obviously, I guess we saw the peak of that, and he's carried on in that vein this year as well. And then alongside the goal threat, there's the assist threat too, and specifically perhaps long throws. We're almost bored of talking about them in the Premier League, aren't we, this year? But Antoine Semeno has that in his arsenal, if you'll pardon the pun, and both goals that Bournemouth scored at Stamford Bridge in the week came courtesy of Semeno launching the ball into the box. It's not something that City traditionally do because they don't really have anyone who can deliver the ball in that way. So it's just another area possibly that Pep Guardiola is looking to strengthen this window.
And Ben, do you expect any further ins and outs at City this month?
Well, it's difficult to say. A couple of years ago, Will, I'd have said absolutely not, because City don't do business in the January window. But then last year they went big. Admittedly, it was exceptional circumstances. Pep likes a smaller squad, we know that. So that suggests probably not, unless there are any more major injuries. I mean, Rodri coming back and playing so well last night suggests that in central midfield, assuming he can get back to fitness, then they're probably okay, even though Mateo Kovacic is out for another couple of months. So perhaps that's the one area where they're a little bit light. But as I say, barring any injuries, you'd say they're probably well covered. And in terms of outs, look, the latest one to be talked about, of course, is Oscar Bob and Borussia Dortmund's long-standing interest in him. He's a player that, rewind the start of last season was very much in Pep's first team plans. It was expected to be his breakout season, and then he broke his ankle and essentially missed a large part of the campaign. Not quite got back to full fitness. It's been stops and starts this year as well for Oscar Bob. So maybe a loan deal with the option of a permanent deal in the summer might be something that the club are open to. But as it stands, it's about getting him fit, because he's currently on the treatment table as well with a thigh injury keeping him out anyway.
Ben, cheers, mate. Stay warm. It's nippy up in Manchester this morning, everyone. All right, so Semeno looks set to depart Bournemouth, who he actually featured for just the other night against Chelsea. Jeremy Langdon is going to be speaking to Andoni Iraola later on today. Jeremy, morning to you. Is there a chance then that if this deal doesn't get wrapped up ASAP, that Semeno could play against Arsenal tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly at Chelsea, Andoni Iraola was giving the impression that Semeno hasn't played his last game for Bournemouth, and they would be included against Arsenal this weekend. He played the full 90 at Chelsea. And don't forget, Bournemouth are in a big slump at the moment. No win in their last 10 games. Semeno, as we've been hearing, is their leading scorer on 9 goals. So they really need him. 9 of 29 Semeno has scored for Bournemouth this season. That's how important he is. And Bournemouth in a slump. They're playing Arsenal, of course, the leaders. They need him for this big match. It could be, well, his last big match for Bournemouth. He's played 99 Premier League games. His stats are really impressive. From those 99 games, 29 goals in the Premier League, 10 assists, and this year it's been good as well. He's played 18, 9 goals and 3 assists, and what a deal it's been for Bournemouth, having signed Semeno from Bristol City 3 years ago this month for £10 million. If this deal does go through for £65 million, Bristol City are big winners too in this deal, because they have a sell-on clause of 20% on any profit on the original sale. So 10 million to 65, you can do the maths. It could well be over £10 million for Bristol City. And Bournemouth, of course, again, selling a big player like they've done so often before in the last few years. We're going to have to wait and see, but certainly Andoni Iraola is in this room at 12:30. He should be telling us more, and whether Semeno is going to play for his team against Arsenal this weekend in what could be his last match for Bournemouth.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Look, so Dan, I mean, it depends which way you look at it. Has it been a good last few windows for Bournemouth, your old club, or not? Financially, certainly has, right? But they've lost some huge players. And if you keep rolling those dice, how dangerous is that?
Yeah, I don't think they want to lose these players. I think that's just the model of the club. I think until Bournemouth can build a new stadium or improve their stadium and get more revenue in that way, which they're trying to do with different sponsorship deals and going over to America, and with the American owners, they're trying to get that revenue up. But ultimately, the way to do it is by sending the players. So recruitment is absolutely massive for them. If they don't get that right, then they're in big trouble. But for the last few years, they've been spot on with it, signing. I mean, look at these players. The money that they brought in is incredible. So Semeno is just another one. And yes, it's harder to keep replacing these players, and that's probably where they are in the table, because the players that have come in are just not quite at that Real Madrid, that Paris Saint-Germain level, and the Liverpool level that they've just sold the players to. So they'll get better. But yes, it's going to be a struggle this year, I think, especially if Semeno goes in the next week or so.
And do you think there's a risk, though, that they might get it wrong once, and what that would mean? Because it feels like they're treading a fine line, and there's some clubs that do it very, very well. Brighton, their consistency with bringing in players, scouting really well, then selling them for big profits. The big, huge profits in the summer, as we've just seen there on that graphic. But obviously, if the recruitment's wrong, there is this fine line between staying in the Premier League and then being dragged into a relegation battle. And then should they drop back down to the Championship, a club like Bournemouth with, like you mentioned, the stadium, that's going to be very, very tough to get themselves back up, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they got relegated a couple of years ago and then bounced up on the second attempt, I think. Obviously, Dominic Solanke fired the goals, and then he got his big move to Spurs. But, yeah, they don't want to sell the best players, of course, and the Premier League is unforgiving. So if they do get it wrong, and we've seen many clubs get recruitment wrong over the few years, and it takes a long time to get back. Even the top clubs in world football, once they get it wrong, it's a costly mistake, and it can take years to get back to the level where they're at. Bournemouth aren't quite there, but yeah, I know the recruitment process is thorough. I know the guys there do a lot of due diligence on the players and the background, and so far they've been excellent. So hopefully that trend can continue.
James, how do you think Semeno will fit in at Manchester City? When you compare him, and obviously Ben there mentioned some of the names, Doku, Savinho, Marmoush, Oscar Bob, who of course has been playing on the right wing as well, with the current wingers that they actually have under Pep. I mean, Pep loves a winger now, doesn't he? Never used to.
Never used to. Does love a winger, but then recently we've seen him play pretty much without a winger, hasn't he? Played those creative players, the likes of Foden, Bernardo Silva, Cherki, Reinders, all in those kind of fluid positions between the centre of the pitch, the left and the right. You mentioned Oscar Bob, Savinho, Doku, Marmoush. Between them, they've got 1 goal this season. I know Dan spoke about Semeno's goals earlier. Ben also touched upon it. 9 goals. He offers so much more, and I love what Ben said about the long throw. We are talking about the long throw this year. We can't ignore the long throw this year.
Erling Haaland's going to like that long throw.
Erling Haaland's going to love it, but it's just another opportunity to box teams in, and Semeno's got a weapon. We saw it the other night against Chelsea, working so well. But he's not brought in for the long throw. He's brought in for his creativity, his goals, but his work rate going back the other way. And I think that's something that Manchester City have been missing from those forward players.
As you just said there, the numbers aren't there, are they, for the current wingers this season? End product is what Semeno's got, Dan.
Yeah, his numbers prove that, and he'll give Pep Guardiola so much more flexibility. He can play anywhere across the front 4 or 5 positions. So,
do you think he'll play on the right? Is Pep signing him as a right winger? I know he played last week left, but I said this to James before we came on air. Actually, if there is a period where Erling Haaland, God forbid, Manchester City fans is out, then he could he's got the versatility to play up top as well.
Yeah, I think firstly he'll start on the right. I think Doku's really cemented that place on the left wing. I think he's in the form of his life. I know he's on the bench yesterday. Savinho came in, but I believe Semeno can play on the left. He can play in that number 10 position as well. So if Foden drifts out and they can rotate, and it's just going to get even more tricky for teams to actually nullify their threats.
Do you know, Will, what I love about this transfer, and while we're giving it the prominence it deserves, this is a success story for the Football League. It's a player who worked his way up from League 2, League 1, Championship, 25 years old, hitting his peak. He's on the verge of joining the Champions League squad. If that doesn't show you how strong the Football League is here in England, I'm not sure what will, because this is a brilliant example of it working so well for a young player, developing his game, working his way up through the ranks, and the opportunities that can be there for these young players. It's an incredible opportunity. Really talented player. And what I hear is a really top guy as well, liked by everybody in the changing room. He's going to be a success at Manchester.
And Bristol City could be in for a bit of cash as well.
How handy is that, right?
How key for Bournemouth, Dan, is it to find a replacement now? I mean, they've known about this clause of 60 plus 5 add-ons for a while that's been in the contract, and they probably thought someone's going to come and take that early in the January window, which expires, doesn't it? I think January the 11th. Who could that replacement be? Because Iraola needs one, doesn't he? Desperately.
Yeah, they certainly need one. I think to replace Semeno in this window when it's been probably quite rushed. I know, like you say, they would have known about this clause, and there'll be targets for sure, but clubs don't want to let players go normally. It's normally players that aren't playing. Loans might be a key thing, but it's going to be really difficult to replace Semeno. I don't think they can, but they certainly need an attacking threat to come in and help Bournemouth pick up a few more points, because at the moment they're looking down rather than up, which after the start of the season they had, when everyone thought, the recruitment's been amazing, which few players did settle in really well. They were looking up and looking at European places, and a lot of talk of that. I think everyone in the club played it down because they knew it was a transitional season, and that's where it's turned out to be at the moment.
Yeah. Well, look, one other big move that is gathering some pace is a man that Dan just mentioned, Brennan Johnson, who wasn't named in the Tottenham squad last night for their trip to face Brentford. James, talk us through this potential deal, which, as we say, is taking some pace now.
Yeah, it picked up pace this week, actually, when almost out of the blue it felt like a deal was agreed between Crystal Palace and Tottenham for Brennan Johnson for a fee of around £35 million. So earlier on in the week, what we were understanding was that it was left to the player to decide whether he saw his future at Crystal Palace, whether he wanted to wait for other offers. Bournemouth was one of those clubs that were very interested in him, or whether he wanted to fight for his place at Tottenham Hotspur. Now, the interesting thing with this story is that not only did he complete, we understand, the first part of his medical yesterday, wasn't in the matchday squad. Earlier on in the week, I was in the press conference for Thomas Frank before the Brentford game. I asked him this question about Brennan Johnson because we knew the deal was agreed. And he said he didn't want to speculate on rumours. He said that Brennan Johnson trained. He expected Brennan Johnson to be in that squad for the Brentford game and described him as an important first-team squad member. Well, fast forward about 48 hours, the deal looks very, very close to being completed. And I expect this to be done this morning. Crystal Palace will want it done this morning. The reason being, if they can get him signed and registered before 12 p.m, he'll be available for their trip to St James's Park to take on Newcastle United. And for Brennan Johnson, I think it's a pretty good move to Crystal Palace.
Yeah, well, actually, we asked the Spurs boss, Thomas Frank, about Johnson's future last night. This is what he had to say after that draw against Brentford.
It's a difficult window, we know that. So we need to make sure it's the right one we go for.
Is part of that, is Brennan potentially going out going to afford you the ability to bring someone in?
No, I think that's two different situations, yeah.
And with the Brennan situation, have you got any further update for us? Because it seemed to ramp up in the last few hours.
Yeah, obviously there's probably something close, but yeah, that's it.
What do you make, Dan, of this move from a Crystal Palace point of view then? Obviously, they've got Ismail Assar, who's away on AFCON, who plays on that right-hand side, which is where Johnson wants to play. What could Glasner get out of him? 24 years old, nowhere near his prime.
Yeah, no, I think he'll give them versatility. Thomas Frank likes his... Oliver Glasner likes his wing-backs. So he could fill in for Munoz, who's injured at the moment. So he could play there, which probably I actually see him playing there for Palace. A little bit worried defensively. But with Ismail Assar, his form has been so good in that number 10 role. I know he's away for the next 2-3 weeks, but I believe he comes back in and plays straight away. So I don't think Johnson takes him out of the team. I think Johnson actually goes to the wing-back role and helps Nathaniel Klein, who's taken the burden now. Munoz is injured. It gives them flexibility to go 4-3-3. Ismail Assar can play off the left. And yeah, I think it's a good bit of business from Crystal Palace, to be honest.
It feels like it's quite a good fit, doesn't it? A young player still feels like he's got a lot to prove, even though he had such a strong season in the end last year. I think with Tottenham fans, we're getting a bit frustrated. Then he went on that scoring run, started scoring plenty of goals. Will go down as folklore at Tottenham for scoring the winning goal in Europa League final. But it hasn't quite worked at Tottenham under Thomas Frank. He's clearly preferred other options ahead of him. He hasn't started many games this season. But I do find that footage that we just showed after the game so fascinating. We know it's literally over the line. I'm struggling to understand what the benefit of just holding back information is from Thomas Frank at this stage. Just openly say, yes, he's not going to be there anymore. Yeah. We know he wasn't in the squad. We know the move's happening. Just tell us. Because sometimes when you're in those press conferences, and we know, look, managers don't have to explain everything to the press, and we totally get that. But when we know a deal is at a certain point, you just feel a bit frustrated when you're asking questions. They're ignoring it or choosing not to answer it when we know it's actually going on, and we'll probably have that plenty more times this window.
Just very quickly, on a Johnson point of view from a Spurs side of things, is this the right move to let him go? Bearing in mind, they signed him for, what, 47.5 million quid only a couple of years ago, and a player, as we said, that hasn't hit his prime yet, that still has asset value.
Listen,
and who they're losing money on by the looks of it.
Yeah, they are going to lose money on it, but I think they're selling a player for big money. So he's played a fair amount for Spurs. He hasn't been consistent probably in his performances, and hence why they're probably selling him. His goals record is really good actually for Tottenham. I think a lot of people would be quite surprised by it, but I think he got 18 goals last year, which is a hell of a number for probably the minutes that he actually played as well.
One big one in particular.
Yeah, exactly, and then obviously delivered the trophy at the end of the season. So yeah, I think he can look back at his Tottenham career if it does go as probably a success. I think he would like to have stayed there longer, but I think Crystal Palace are a club on the up, and I think it's a great move for him.
Yeah, I was going to say just quickly, I just think from Tottenham's perspective, it's the fourth highest transfer fee they would have received for a player. That's a big amount for a player that isn't necessarily in the first and foremost first 11 from a new manager who's come in. So when you look and go, hold on a minute, we can recoup around £35 million for a player that I don't believe is going to start, then that's great bit of business.
Well, yeah, they have Kulusevski as well, who's injured. He'll be coming back, and Kudos. So you've got two out-and-out right-siders already, and he's the third choice probably on that side, and £35 million for a third-choice winger.
And maybe their eyes on someone that will be revealed.
Well, that's it, and no doubt they'll be active in the transfer window. Yeah. I think quite simply they need to, but also it's a second opportunity for Thomas Frank to bring in players that he thinks will suit his culture that he's trying to create at Tottenham.
Good stuff, guys, so far. Right, so much more to come for you on Good Morning Transfers. West Ham actively searching to bring in attackers. Will Nuno Espirito Santo have 2 strikers and a winger before the window closes? The deal to sign Antoine Semeno for £65 million, but the forward could still play for Bournemouth tomorrow against Arsenal. Crystal Palace, meanwhile, remain in talks to sign winger Brennan Johnson after agreeing a £35 million fee with Tottenham. West Ham in advanced talks with Lazio over the signing of 27-year-old Argentinian striker Tati Castellanos. They're also closing in on a deal to sign Pablo from Gil Vicente in a deal worth £20 million. He had a medical yesterday with the club. Nottingham Forest are keen on Wolves striker Jørgen Strand Larsen, who's been the subject of interest from several Premier League teams. Brighton are in talks over a return for Pascal Gross from Borussia Dortmund for a fee of just over £1 million. Manchester United will only consider selling Kobbie Mainoo in January if they receive an exceptional offer. Fulham are in talks with PSV Eindhoven over the signing of young striker Ricardo Pepi, while they also want to sign a new central midfielder and a winger as well. And Celtic have agreed a loan deal for Bournemouth right-back Julian Araujo, who's understood to be in Glasgow and awaiting a medical. Don't forget, you can keep right across all of the latest information as it happens on our dedicated Transfer Centre blog. Just scan the QR code on the screen right now. Well, we mentioned West Ham there in that update. They are making moves, aren't they, in the window already? 2 signings, potentially both strikers as well. James, Dan, what do we make of this? I mean, is this exactly the area they need to focus on, with Callum Wilson kind of a limited option as a 9 up there?
Yeah, they need that, and they've also leaked a lot of goals. So I still believe they need a centre-back, just to shore up that defensive line a little bit. But yeah, ultimately goals is where they're lacking. They signed Callum Wilson on a free transfer in the summer, and to be fair to Callum, he's actually come in and done all right. He scored a few goals. I just think they need more options.
Yeah.
And hopefully with these 2 guys that they might bring in, they could get them.
Yeah, James, just fill us in on those deals. Who are they and what are they going to offer?
Yeah, look, first of all, for West Ham fans, this is great news to hear right at the start of a transfer window where you're desperate for new players, that straight away the club are meaning business and getting deals done early. So West Ham currently in advance talks with Lazio over the sign of 27-year-old Argentinian striker Tati Castellanos. He's scored just 2 goals and 3 assists in Serie A this season. He had a hamstring injury but hasn't scored since September, but he's very experienced, played in the MLS with New York City, La Liga with Girona, and of course Serie A with Lazio. Quite a physical player as well, 14 goals last season. So again, just adds some bolsters.
He's played for Argentina as well, hasn't he?
And played for Argentina too. So he bolsters that forward line. The one that's very close is Pablo. Underwent a medical yesterday. We're expecting that to be completed fairly soon. A deal for around £20 million with Gil Vicente. 9 goals in 13 games in the Portuguese league. He's a young striker, 22 years old, Brazilian. So this feels maybe slightly different, but that's not all from West Ham. From what we understand at the moment, they're trying desperately to sign Fulham winger Adama Traore. Nuno Espirito Santo worked with him at Wolves, worked with him very, very successfully, and he's trying to get him across. And also an outgoing Luis Guilherme, I'll probably absolutely butchered that completely. He's set to join Sporting for 17.5 million. 19-year-old. Hasn't worked. And the interesting thing with that deal is that this was a young Brazilian with a lot of talent. He'd taken a bit of a risk, West Ham, to sign him originally. Hasn't necessarily worked out. I think he's had 5 Premier League appearances in total. He looks like he's heading out. But just on top of what Dan said, defence needs sorted for West Ham. Attack needs sorted. They need a lot, West Ham. They're in real trouble. And if they don't act in this transfer window, you just feel like they're potentially going to drift further and further behind.
Yeah, currently 4 points adrift, aren't they? And they do need to add. Dan, they've got to take a risk. They've got to get players. Do players want to come and join them? There are all sorts of questions. And the ones that James has just mentioned there, I mean, Castellanos hasn't scored since September. And, the other guy's a 21-year-old who's scoring goals. And the cynics would say in a league where Victor Gyökeres scored 50-something last season.
Yeah, I mean, at a lesser club, no disrespect to Gil Vicente, but Sporting Lisbon, one of the best teams in the Portuguese division. So Gyökeres has come over, and I wouldn't say he's struggled. He's parts of his game has been really good, but obviously the goals, it hasn't been there. So I am worried for West Ham. I'm worried for the recruitment and Pablo. They're trying to bring a young kid in to save them ultimately. Hopefully they get Tati over the line as well, and then they can have 3 forwards who can rotate and help each other. I think there's noise inside the club where Pablo is maybe one for the future. So to come in and hit the ground running, it could be difficult. But you don't know. Some players come in and This look like they've been here all their life, and they come in, get an early goal on their debut, and off they go. Some take longer, but West Ham historically over the years haven't had a good time with number 9s.
Yeah.
So yeah, only time will tell.
And a big game against Wolves tomorrow to come for Nuno Espirito Santo against his old side. Loads more still to come. We are live to Arsenal. Will Mikel Arteta add to his squad? Plus, will Mo Salah depart Liverpool this month? In Premier League history. Could Mikel Arteta, though, add more depth? Let's find out and speak to our reporter, Dharmesh, who's keeping warm in North London. Dharmesh, a very good morning to you. What do we think then? Will Arteta be tempted to push for a few signings to help bolster those Premier League title chances?
Yeah, morning, Will. I would say at this stage it's likely to be a quiet window in January for Arsenal. Mikel Arteta has been asked the question in previous news conferences. He said, we are Arsenal, we will keep our eyes open. I only think they will go into the market if a unique market opportunity was to present itself, or a long-term target suddenly became available. But even then, you've got to realise their squad is so good, as you mentioned before, that there's at least 2 players in each position Mikel Arteta is having to leave out certain players from his 20-man squad, let alone his first 11. And if you look at January, Arsenal, like many other clubs, go into a summer transfer window and they don't think, let's go big in January. That's never the approach. And the last time they actually did any kind of key business in a January transfer window, you have to go back to January 2023. That's 3 years ago, when Leandro Trossard, Jakub Kiwior and Jorginho all joined the club. So you'd have to say at this stage, it looks like it's going to be a quiet window for Arsenal. But as you say, you never know. And with what Mikel Arteta has been saying in news conferences, and I'm sure he'll be asked the question again this morning, he says that we are always alert to any opportunity.
Yeah, and look, it was a good result, wasn't it, last night for Arsenal, with Manchester City, Dharmesh, drawing up at Sunderland. A 4-point lead, a new year for Mikel Arteta and his side, and they'll want to pick up exactly where they left off in 25.
Oh, 100%. And I'm sure they really enjoyed Manchester City dropping points at the Stadium of Light last night. But as far as Arsenal are concerned, what a way to end 2025 with that statement victory over Aston Villa by 4-1 at the Emirates. And look, the games are coming thick and fast, though, aren't they? They've got Bournemouth tomorrow. It will be their 5th game in 15 days. I know every other club has got that problem as well with this fixture schedule. But Arsenal's season so far, even though they are top, has been blighted by injuries. But you get the impression that they are moving closer to a fully fit squad. You'll know that Kai Havertz returned to the squad against Aston Villa for the first time since the opening day of the season. Gabriel Jesus scored his first goal for Arsenal since New Year's Day in 2025. There are a few other injury issues that Arsenal have got in the form of Christian Mosquera, Ricardo Calafiori, and of course Declan Rice, who missed that game against Aston Villa. They should be on the mend and returning very, very soon. Let's see if the Bournemouth game is too soon, but I'm sure Mikel Arteta normally keeps his cards close to his chest, but we will ask him if there are any updates on those players. He's addressing the media, Will, at around 9:30 this morning. We'll bring you the best of that right here on Sky Sports News. And of course, Bournemouth against Arsenal is the live Saturday night football. Coverage gets underway on Sky Sports Premier League tomorrow from around 5 p.m.
Dharmesh, cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Mr. Dan Gosling. So, look, Arsenal are in a great position. They've got a deep squad that has been doing the business. If you're Mikel Arteta, do you stick with what you've got, or do you try and bring something in Jan?
Really difficult. Dharmesh said it, if a unique opportunity came along, then they'll be there, like every top club should be. Semeno is a unique opportunity, I believe.
Are you surprised they didn't move on that?
I am, but at the same time, they are well stocked in wide areas. They're well stocked through the middle. Gabby Jesus has just come back, started scoring. They've got Kai Havertz on the verge of coming back. So there's another 2 attackers where arguably they could get in the starting 11. So I'm not totally surprised, because there's just no room for him. Maybe if they sold one and got him in, I believe they could have done that. Possibly Trossard, maybe. There was links last year with Trossard. He ended up staying.
I mean, arguably there's no room for him at City, but Pep's stockpiling him as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think the difference is Arsenal's wingers are contributing a lot of goals. To take someone out, Saka plays no matter what. Obviously, Gyökeres they've spent big money on, so he normally plays. It's just the left-hand side, and Martinelli and Trossard have rotated. That's probably the side where if anywhere, I would see Semeno. But at the same time, Martinelli's young, he's improving all the time. Trossard gets really important goals. Important goals.
I was going to say, Trossard's had a great season this
so
year. You've got Eberechi Eze as well, who can play out on the left, that they spent quite a lot in. Dan was going to ask you, being in a changing room during a transfer window, a team that's doing so well, top of the Premier League, top of the Champions League, is there a risk that if you do bring someone in, it could just disturb things a little bit?
Yeah, there is that. I think if Semeno did go to, say, an Arsenal, I think that the 2 guys on the left would be a little bit concerned and think, where's my game time coming? So it can upset it a little bit. So I don't see Arsenal moving for Semeno, to be honest. I think in another window, in maybe the summer possibly, would have more time to sort the squad out. But at this moment in time, and the other caveat is people don't want to leave Arsenal right now.
Yeah.
They're on the verge of winning the Premier League for the first time in 15, 20 years. So, why would you want to leave when you're playing a big part in the squad?
And it's hard to argue against what we just mentioned there, this Arsenal squad being the strongest in Premier League history. I mean, look, the Invincibles were incredible, but as a squad and as a group of players, and 2 and 3 in every position now, James. But where if they did look to strengthen, and we've heard this phrase twice over the last 5 minutes, this unique opportunity, positionally, where would they be weakest in looking?
Well, look, unique opportunities come and go. You know, look, these clubs have plans throughout. They have plans for a year, 2 years, 3 years in advance. If a player that they're looking at maybe getting in the summer all of a sudden comes available in January and they think they can steal a march on one of their rivals, then they could potentially jump and do it. Arsenal are in that position to do that if they need to. If you talk about Arsenal's weak, look, it's very difficult to see a weakness in that squad. It is the deepest squad I've ever seen at Arsenal, ever. They've got replacements in every single position, players that Mikel Arteta now trusts, which was an issue previous seasons where he didn't trust those players to come in, hence why he had such a tight group to play so many minutes and so many games, led to a lot of injuries. I think the back line with obviously Mosquera's injury maybe leaves them maybe a little bit vulnerable at times, but still we've seen them cope without Gabriel, without Saliba. Ben White didn't play much, then he's come in. Timbers missed a couple of games. Calafiori's out, but you got Lewis Skelly still there. You feel like with this Arsenal side, there are still 2 players in every single position, and they're not just like a squad player. They are 2 players that you feel could play for a lot of Premier League sides and do a wonderful job as well.
I know James is answering this, but just finally on Arsenal, on City, on Semeno, on the title race, does the Semeno signing, which looks like it's imminent for City, give them the advantage, do you think, in the title race, Dan?
I think it's going to go down to the wire. I think it's going to be really close. I see it as a 2-horse race. Villa are doing fantastic, and that they could add as well with a couple departing. But I don't see them lasting. I think you could see the gulf in quality the other night when Arsenal played them. I think they overran them in the end. After Villa's strong start, they could have went 1 or 2 up, to be honest. But in the end, I think that the quality's shown. Yeah, Semeno gives Man City more goals.
The fence you're sitting on there, Dan?
I still believe City will actually come back.
There we go. To be honest, got there in the end, Dan. Right, still to come on Good Morning Transfers. We're going to be discussing Chelsea and Manchester United. It's Ruben Amorim's 3rd window at the club. Will he add to his squad? Find out next. 2019, Chelsea spent big, bringing in Christian Pulisic from Borussia Dortmund for £57.6 million, but he went back on loan to them for the rest of that season. The deal made him the most expensive American player ever, as well as the second most expensive sale in Dortmund's history after Ousmane Dembele. He spent 4 years at the club before leaving for AC Milan. During his time at Chelsea, Pulisic played 145 games and scored 26 goals, winning 3 trophies as well. Well, February the 2nd is the deadline for transfers to get completed. Will it be busy in Scotland? Adam Binney is live for us at the Rangers Training Centre. Adam, morning to you. Do we expect Danny Röhl then to be back this month in what is his first window at the club?
Good morning. Yeah, Happy New Year to everyone. Danny Röhl has held a series of meetings with Chairman Andrew Kavanagh and others at the club to try and let them know what he's looking for in his first transfer window as Rangers head coach. And I think it will come as a surprise to absolutely nobody involved at Rangers that one of the priority positions for Danny Röhl is, of course, at left back, with teenage loanee Jared Migoma currently the only recognised player in that position in the squad. Now, Vesterlo's Tour Romens is a player that's being tracked by the club at the minute, and former Heart of Midlothian defender James Penrice is another who is being linked. But Röhl's also understood to be looking at strengthening his side in central midfield and in the attacking areas with one of his former players, and a former Rangers player indeed, in Josh Windass, someone of interest to the Rangers head coach. But it remains to be seen whether or not the club will be able to thrash out a deal with his club Wrexham for that to be completed. There may be some players going out at Rangers as well, with Joe Rothwell, one of the players who may be allowed to leave despite just joining the club in the summer. But I'm sure for Danny Röhl, certainly today, all of his focus is going to be on preparation for that big Old Firm game tomorrow, which is going to be live on Sky Sports. Now, their opponents for that one, Celtic, could actually have a new face in the door before that game. We understand that a deal has been agreed between Celtic and Bournemouth for Julian Araujo to join on loan for the remainder of the season, but in order for that one to be completed, Bournemouth would have to free up some international loan space, and maybe someone getting recalled in order for that to happen. But he is in Glasgow and is expected to undergo his medical today. This, of course, is also Wilfried Nancy's first transfer window as Celtic manager, and he's been holding talks with the club CEO Michael Nicholson about which players he needs to try and implement this new 3-4-2-1 formation that seems so alien to this Celtic squad in his tenure so far. But yeah, there's lots of focus on both Old Firm sides about what they need to do to try and win the title this season. But the team at the top of the tree just now, of course, Heart of Midlothian, are also going to be doing a bit of business in the January window as well. In fact, they've already got their first player through the door. Jordi Altena has joined the club from the Dutch second division, an attacking right back. He's joined on a deal until 2029, and there's also Islam Chesnikov, Kazakhstan winger. I think that deal has been rumbling on for quite some time, but Derek McInnes said midweek that he's going to be watching the game against Livingston at Tynecastle this Saturday. He's expected to finalise that move very soon. So yeah, Derek McInnes, of course, very happy that the club are getting their business done early in this window, and I'm sure he'll be hoping that they can have the same success that Tony Bloom's Jamestown Analytics helped deliver in terms of recruitment in the summer. So yeah, Rangers, Celtic, Hearts, it's very early in the window, but it looks like they're all trying to get their business done nice and early.
Thank you, Adam. So look, two big names whose future are unclear, Mo Salah and Mark Gay, the two guys behind you, Dan and James. Let's start, James, with Salah at AFCON right now, scoring goals as well for Egypt, which is what Liverpool wanted him to go and do. What chances of him leaving Anfield this month? That question was knocking around 3 weeks ago. It's been quiet, but we bring it back now.
I think if you'd asked me 3 weeks ago, I might have had a different response. I think it felt like what had happened after that post-match interview that sparked so much controversy and so much talk seemed to have almost made friends again with Arne Slot, and he came off the bench against Brighton, performed really well, felt like the fans were really on side. He's gone off to AFCON. Look, Liverpool not exactly flying right now, obviously a 0-0 draw against Leeds yesterday. So look, I think he comes back in. He signed a contract extension in the summer for 2 years until 2027, so he's got a year and a half left, 32 years old. Unless a big bid comes in, I don't see the benefit in Liverpool letting him go, unless, again, they're able to bring in different players in to replace him. But I just don't think you replace Mo Salah and his goals. He will always score goals.
And as for Mark Gay, James, free to talk to foreign clubs right now. Can you see him going abroad or staying here in the Premier League January or summer?
Again, this is really boring, but I think he's going to stay. I don't see how Crystal Palace are going to let him go. They didn't want to let him go in the summer. I don't see the advantage of letting him go in January, despite picking up a transfer fee that we know could be, I doubt it'd be any more than 20 million at this stage. Bear in mind, he's got 6 months left of his contract. I think the value of keeping him there to propel them up the Premier League table a bit, playing in the Conference League, they still want to win that European trophy if they can. He's pivotal to it. It won't affect Mark Gay because of the kind of temperament he has. He's quite relaxed about his future. He's got a World Cup to look forward to in the summer. I don't think his destination will be affected. The advantage in January, obviously, with 6 months in your contract, is you can discuss terms with European clubs. And if European clubs are interested in Mark Gay, they could take a step on those English clubs, the likes of Liverpool, who they left it very late in the summer transfer window. Remember, that deal was almost done on deadline day before Crystal Palace pulled the plug on the last minute. If Liverpool got that done earlier, they would have got their man. So, yeah, interesting one to watch.
Well, will Manchester United be busy this month as well? They are one of the clubs monitoring, Jan Diomande, who's a super young talent playing for RB Leipzig. They've also got long-term interest in Crystal Palace striker Jean-Philippe Mateta, while they are also monitoring Stade Rennes centre-back Jeremy Jacquet. James, do you expect them to be busy more so in the summer than Jan?
Yeah, it feels that way. It feels like Manchester United always look at the summer to do their recruitment. But what I would say with Manchester United, actually, if you look at where they are right now, they're sixth in the Premier League table, 3 points off of fourth place. It feels like there is a real opportunity this year for a club, or maybe a club, an outsider, to sneak into those Champions League places. I wouldn't be surprised if Manchester United are looking to do some business in this window, because they must be able to see that and visualise the opportunities that could await them. They weren't expected to get a Champions League place come the end of the season. That wouldn't have been on Amorim's list of achievements here. They would have said, we need improvements, let's get yourselves into Europe. But there's an opportunity here. But look, they do need, let's be honest, they do need bodies in central midfield, left wing back in particular, needs strengthening. But Jason Wilcox, the sporting director, has always been quite clear. He wants plug-in and play players. So basically, you're ready to go in the Premier League. He's seen it with Mbumu, with Cunha coming in as well. So if there is an opportunity, Mateta's an interesting one. Again, I don't see Crystal Palace letting him go. He's still got a contract for, I think, another year and a half. But you know, they certainly will test that, but I think that's more likely in the summer. And Dan, look, it's Amorim's third window. And we often say in football, don't we, you need a couple of windows, and the third window seems to be when you're really putting your own stamp on things. So he will want to have a little dabble, won't he?
Yeah, I think a manager always wants to bring in new players, bring in better players. I still believe they need wing-backs to play his system, although there has been a huge change over the last couple of weeks. So they might go for full-backs now, playing a back four. But yeah, I still believe they need wing-backs. I still believe they need a central midfield player, one that can get around the pitch, that big pitch at Old Trafford. And yeah, I think the central midfield player will be in the summer. I think they're looking at that one, and that's where they'll spend.
They were linked with like Carlos Baleba at Brighton in the summer. Brighton don't want to let him go, but Anderson. We know, again, we spoke about Bournemouth earlier and their recruitment. Brighton's the same. They're a selling club ultimately, and that might be a player. Elliot Anderson, I mean, he's had such a good season. There will be a whole list of suitors for him in the summer. Let's just finish talking about Chelsea. Enzo Maresca, of course, leaving the club yesterday. Liam Rosenior, one of the big favourites to take the job, part of Blueco, and Chelsea currently managing at Strasbourg. I wonder how this changes their transfer window. I think it doesn't, actually, because of the way Chelsea are as a football club, the way their sporting directors do their business. They're a unique club, and I think their plans will continue regardless of whether Enzo Maresca is there or not. Obviously, he's not there anymore. So, yeah, watch this space. It's Chelsea. There's always something going on with that football club. Incomings, outgoings. I think they're going to be... Potential outgoing Raheem Sterling? Raheem Sterling, interesting one. Interest from Fulham, West Ham. To play. He's still got a year and a half left of his long contract that he's got as well. So, yeah, one to watch, Will. One to watch, guys. Great work. Thank you very much. Right, Good Morning Transfers returns next week at the same time of 8 a.m. Before that, of course, we are here at midday for Transfer Talk. Join us for that one. And the Transfer Show returns this evening at 4 and 7 p.m. for a full roundup of all the deals as they happen. Thanks to James and to Dan for today. Up next, it's Ref Watch. It's Dermot. It's Jay. It's always tasty. You do not want to miss that. We'll see you again later this afternoon. Bye.
Squad, are there going to be any players back and any other issues as well?
We are going, no issues, no different issues. We are going to see tomorrow, we have more and more training. I don't think so, that anyone is going to recover, but we'll see.
Obviously players like Harry and Bruno would be a huge boost for a place like Ellen Road. I'm guessing you've not experienced it before in any way, and what are you expecting from...
No, I heard that is a big derby, a great environment, a big rivalry. But every game in Premier League is so tough for us. So it's one more game. I know that it means a lot to the fans, but we need to go there and try to win.
Ruben, I just wondered, bigger picture-wise, when you look at where the club were at post-Europa League final, 6 months on to be sixth, 3 points off the top 4 place. In the bigger picture, are you happy with the progress the team have made as you start 2026?
I think we are playing better. When we have the full squad, we are clearly attacking better. We are not being good enough in the details. We should have more points in the moment. But of course, we want always more. And we should have more points in the table.
Daniel, Ruben, Daniel Farke's Leeds now are a very different team than they were maybe 2 or 3 months ago. How difficult is this game going to be?
They have a lot of pace, and sometimes we struggle with pace. They are confident, but we prove that we can win any game in any situation, in every context. So we will try to do that again. We know that they changed the system. They have different players in front. They can. The last game they rotate the 2 players that usually are the starters. So they have good players, good manager. Great environment. Is going to be a tough game.
So, Ruben, in terms of the rivalry, you obviously played for Benfica, you managed Sporting. Can you kind of equate that rivalry to what you'll experience this afternoon?
It's different. I never experienced this one. In Portugal, it's a big rivalry. Here is the same. Different environment, different culture, but the noise is going to be big. We just have to perform, but it's hard to compare different cultures, different derbies, different history. So let's just focus on the game. Is 11 guys against our 11 in the beginning, and we'll try to win.
Is it easy to do that because the noise and the intensity and the crowd will be really, really against your team right at the start of the game?
When you play for Manchester United, you need to be ready for everything. And you guys have the best league in the world. Like every game now, and you see, every week is a lot of draws. You never control. You never understand what is going to happen in the end of that week. So it's going to be tough, but it's always tough nowadays in Premier League.
Sorry. Hi, Ruben. We've seen Liverpool and Chelsea drop points as well this week, and it feels like your side at the halfway stage well within a chance of reaching the Champions League. Does the fact you've put yourself in such a promising position change what you're thinking this month in terms of the transfer window? Is it worth kind of pushing the envelope a little bit further to make sure you get top 4, top 5?
The transfer window is not going to change. We have no conversation in this moment to have any change in the squad. There's a process. There's an idea that is going to continue. We are near the places of Champions League, but we are near also for like 8 teams behind us. So let's focus on the next game. Just that, and our focus is to win the next game.
Chris and then Samuel.
Hi, Ruben. You played some very young players in the last few games, Fletcher, Lacey and Ansato. Given the hostile nature of the environment on Sunday, will that impact your selection at all?
No, of course we look to everything, but they need to be prepared. You can see the squad. It's impossible. We cannot stretch the players that we don't have in the moment. But of course, I will try to put a team that is ready to cope with that, and then I will try to read the game and try to understand what I should do to help them to win the game.
You're confident if needed, those kids can handle that kind of atmosphere?
They have to. It's a game in the hostile environment, but they need to be ready and they need to experience that. But it's going to be hard for any player, even the guys with a lot of experience. But again, we already experienced that. Bilbao last year was amazing, the sound. So it's good. I know that the feeling is completely different, but they need to be ready.
Just on Tyrone's question, have any players come and knocked on your door and asked if they could leave this month? Joshua Zirkzee is someone
No, none of you.
Would you expect any of them to?
No, I don't expect them to come to me to ask anything.
The briefing that is going on at Stamford Bridge, which is quite extraordinary when you're talking about a club of this magnitude. We've heard from both sides on this already, or certainly we've heard of briefings through the media. And this is what Chelsea have said in the last few minutes, or have been talking about. This is not an official statement from Chelsea. This is what is being briefed coming out of the club. You remember the 48-hour comment that Enzo Maresca said about the worst 48 hours at the club? It's just emerged in the last few minutes that the suggestion is this is comments related to the medical team at Stamford Bridge that he wasn't happy with. But there is a suggestion that Maresca went against the advice of the medical team at Chelsea on a number of occasions, playing players returning from injury longer than advised, which resulted in players being re-injured this season. This is what is being briefed this evening. You know, he didn't face the media himself on Tuesday. He wasn't ill, we are being told now. He just chose not to face the media himself. It is also being briefed that he spoke to both Manchester City and Juventus since October, which, despite informing the club, Chelsea thought was disrespectful. And the feeling at Chelsea, and this is extraordinary, the feeling at Chelsea is that he has a lack of mental fortitude. This is a head coach we're talking about, a lack of mental fortitude and emotional maturity. What do you make of all that, Daniel?
Oof, it's quite surprising. Never really saw a team address it in this way, which sounds quite direct and to the point. Clearly, there was a power struggle, I would say, because it sounds as if Chelsea are almost protecting themselves. I'm sure we'll hear from Maresca at some point about how he feels about the situation from his honest point of view. But from Chelsea's point of view, this is clearly how they feel about it. I am surprised by how everything's unfolded. But we've seen a lot of things like this in football, right?
That's a mess, right? Basically, what's happened there? You've got someone at Chelsea leaking stuff to the press, and you've got Maresca's side leaking something.
Because he changed his agent quite recently as well.
Exactly that. And the fact that he come out after a game, he wasn't happy, he talked about that 48 hours, he put more pressure on himself by doing that.
Do you think that was the beginning of the end?
That was the beginning, 100%. And if you're going to speak like that, you've got to go on a big run and win 5 or 6 more games. That didn't happen.
Despite delivering silverware.
Yeah, if you look at the whole picture, Maresca has been a good manager for Chelsea.
Head coach, very much not a manager.
Well, head coach.
That's a key point, isn't it?
That is a key point, but in terms of, he's at the helm of Chelsea. Club World Cup, he wins a European trophy, he gets Chelsea to 4th, they sign all these young players. The remit that he's been given, he's done. I don't understand what all the noise is about. If he comes up against Man City and Arsenal, they have better squads right now. Chelsea, the plan was supposed to build for the future, and that's obviously not happened with a hierarchy expecting more.
If you start to criticise, are you asking for trouble if you cannot back it up with results on the pitch? And we know it's been a pretty challenging December for Chelsea.
My thing is this, we're speculating as to whom he's directed what he said to. The results speak for themselves. When he came to Chelsea Football Club, for me, he wasn't inheriting a football team that was flying. He built them to a point. And throughout the course of that season, they were doing okay, but we're not talking about a team that was challenging for the title or they weren't challenging for the title. So for me, his job was to come in and get them closer to that, secure the top four, like Meeks' point, and got them trophies, right? This season, has he hit the heights that he would have done last year? Absolutely not. He's not done that, right? But we're talking about a manager who they brought in who, for lack of a better term, is slightly inexperienced in terms of his tenure as a coach. So you're going to go on a journey with this man, with younger players, and he's a younger coach as well, right? They've got young, top, talented football players, which are still learning and still building. We're seeing players. But the one thing I will say is if we're talking about things like game management, we're talking about changes. Has he been great at that this season? He hasn't. But for me, I think he's a very good coach, and I think he would have gotten better as time has gotten on.
We understand the falling out around the medical might be related to minutes that he's given to Cole Palmer and Reece James, who both were the medical staff were looking to protect. Whoever comes in now, and I think I can say safely that Cesc Fabregas and Roberto De Zerbi you can forget about. They will not be the next Chelsea head coach. Again, that is our understanding this evening. But Leon Rosenior appears to be someone who's in the hot seat. We know he's already in the employment of this wider Chelsea group at Strasbourg. This is what comes next for Chelsea, and it comes very quickly as well. I think this is interesting, Micah, too. When you look at the gap between the games, there is no time for whoever is coming in to get to grips with this team on the training ground. There's just 3 days, 4 days between the games.
The timing of it is just bizarre.
It's off.
The timing is
completely off.
You've been on that football club.
It's completely off, bro.
It's bizarre what's happening, and it brings more pressure for the manager who takes 100%.
Which is clearly then there has just been this big row, which they decided is untenable. Yeah, let's start.
Let's just rip it off again, right? Way to go.
Happy New Year, Chelsea and Enzo Maresca.
Has left his job on New Year's Day. What a story. What a start to the year. Let's get stuck into it with our panel. In a year and a half in the job, he won 2 trophies, including the Club World Cup. A month or so ago, they demolished Barcelona, and we were talking about them as Premier League title contenders. Clint, let me come to you first. How on earth has it come to this, then, that he's gone?
Yeah, I'm surprised, to be fair. But then you look at the comments that he made a few days ago as well, or maybe last week, and there's a comments about... And everyone thought that was to do with the board, but I think earlier on, listening to maybe what Carvey was saying, that's not nothing to do with the board. I don't think he fell out of the board. I think it's more the medical team, because he wanted to play certain players, and the medical team are saying, well, you can only play it for 60, 70 minutes. He wants to play it for longer. So obviously, when the Chelsea fans are singing, you don't know what you're doing, when he's taking off players like Cole Palmer, that is because he's dictated to by the medical team, and that's what happens at the moment. So it's been difficult for Enzo Maresca. I do think he chops and changes too much. They have spent a lot of money. I think he tries to keep too many players happy. When you're at Chelsea Football Club, what you need to be doing is challenging for the title. When he comes out and says, oh no, we're going to be challenging for the top 4, that's not what you're there for, Chelsea. The owners spent a lot of money at that football club. They want success, and at the moment they're not getting success. You said it, Jules. A month ago he was manager of the month, beat Barcelona, got a draw against Arsenal, where they should have. If Caicedo stays on the pitch, they could have won it. And everyone's talking about in a title promotion chase. And now you look at it now, a month later he's lost his job. So listen, it's probably disappointing for Enzo Maresca, but the Chelsea hierarchy, they run that football club basically, Jules. Like, they sign the players and they want their manager to just coach and get the results on the pitch. But that run of form there, Jules, for Chelsea, the last 10 results is nowhere near good enough. Like, no disrespect to Bournemouth. Bournemouth haven't been in good form, and you're at home and you're only getting a 2-2, and in the end, Bournemouth could have gone on and won that game as well. So, yeah, you never like to see a manager lose his job, but Chelsea's a massive football club, and Enzo Maresca probably should have been doing better. But you have to take into account he has won trophies with that football club as well.
So results part of the story, but I mean, it's clear there's something else to this as well, Luke, behind the scenes, whether it is the medical staff, whether it is the hierarchy. We first got a bit of a whiff that something wasn't right when he made those comments after the Everton game about a lack of support. Even so, did you think it would end with us sitting here on New Year's Day talking about him being gone?
I think it's just the way it's happened so quickly and almost out of nowhere. Yes, you can make comments, but it seems with his 60% win ratio, winning the trophies that he has, and the way he's knitted together some of those players and brought some of them on to improve their football. I just think it's that last 10 run of games that Clint says that's really sort of put the nail in the coffin. When you start to make those comments, and then things like you're making substitutions, Cole Palmer comes off, then you're starting to hear you don't know what you're doing from the fans. It's a very, very slippery slope to come back from, and I think that's been the almost perfect storm that's obviously made this decision. It seems to have come from both sides at the end of it, to be honest.
I mean, it's taken a sort of by surprise, the speed at which it's happened. Jordan, talk to me about the impact this is going to have on the Chelsea players right now. I think they've had New Year off. They believe they're due back in tomorrow to prepare for this huge game on Sunday against Manchester City. And the manager, the head coach, has gone. What's going on in their minds at the moment?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. As you can imagine, they're playing one of the best teams in the country in their next game. So, of course, it's not ideal timing for something like this to happen. But I think Clinton and Chamber are bang on, really, in terms of clearly something's happened. That relationships have broken down there at the club. Bringing Cole Palmer off was that decision. I think none of us really kind of understood that. So that was a really strange one. And I think since the 30th of November when they played Arsenal and they had that 1-1 draw, they've only won 9 games, actually. They've only won 2 games in their last 9 matches. So it's not what the Chelsea fans expect. It's not what the Chelsea hierarchy expect. And like the hierarchy, Clinton have won the trophies, but, you know, Chelsea is a very... they can be quite reactionary if things aren't going very well. And he's had quite a difficult time of late, so... I want to say it comes as a surprise due to the timing and with the games that have got coming up, but at the same time, I think it's quite, you know, you can never really gauge where the hierarchy are at Chelsea and the decisions can be quite impulsive at times. So it's a shame because you never like to see a manager lose their job, especially one that's won the Club World Cup and the Conference League. But it's about how the players can, you know, kind of almost let this information sink in as quick as possible and prepare themselves for such a massive game coming up next.
And I mean, the statement they put out was fairly short on the website, and they talk of the season, needing to get the season back on track, Jamie. Maresca, given the young squad, the younger squad in the Premier League he has, given the trophies he's won in the time he's been there, might well argue that they're on track, that they're 2 points off the Champions League places, that he's done what was expected of him, wouldn't he?
I think so, but then I'm not privy to the conversation along the journey, as in when he first got appointed and then in the last year after winning the 2 cups that the guys mentioned. And I think that there's always a big difference between fan expectation and actual what you're going to deliver between the board and the manager and what their expectation is. All fans are going to say, you know, at a club the magnitude of Chelsea are going to say, well, we have to be in the top 4 as a minimum. But so are all these other clubs. We talk about Man United saying that, we talk about Liverpool now. All of these clubs are trying to do the same thing. So I think that I'm not sure at the start what position they're saying. Are we going to go and, as we know, they go and buy a vast amount of young upcoming players? Now, that model means that you're not definitely going to get consistency, are you? Because the nature of the younger players and trying to bring them on, are you going to bring them on to try and sell them and keep this whole rotation in a club? But at the same time, the skills doing that and trying to be in the top 4. And I'm not sure if that's the message that's out there. Now, if it was the message, then you'd say, well, yeah, Maresca's saying I am on track. But clearly, the message is that we have to get in the top 4. So then that brings me on to who they're going to bring next, because for me, if you're going to try and challenge in the top 4 with a young team, you're going to have to appoint someone who's used to doing that and winning things and carrying on that momentum with young players. And I don't know if that's going to be their model.
Just before we look at who it might be, just a final point on the statement, Clinton, that was put out earlier when they announced they'd parted company. And an interesting line to pick out when they say Enzo and the club believe a change gives the team the best chance of getting the season back on track. Now, normally when managers go, the club announces it. A few days later, we might hear the manager's version to the League Managers Association, for example. But this specifically says Enzo and the club believe a change gives the team the best chance of getting the season back on track. Isn't that effectively Maresca acknowledging that he was part of the problem then?
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? His head could be turned. You don't know with other managers. They could be... He's obviously got... I know he's got a new agent. He's just gone with a new agent, Enzo Maresca. And it could be that maybe... I'm not saying this, but other clubs have turned his head. And he might think at the end of the season... He
wanted out?
No, I don't think he wanted out, because why would you leave a big football club like Chelsea? But if there's other clubs sniffing around and saying, we like you as a manager, and then at the end of the day, at that football club, as I said, Chelsea ran it differently. They sign all the players, and basically you coach the team and try and get the results. And maybe he wants a different challenge. And you can see Chelsea fans were not happy with him. The style of football. My friend's a season ticket holder there. And even when they were doing well, he didn't like the style of football. He said, like, it's too slow. And even when he was at Leicester and they got promoted, Leicester fans were disappointed with the way he was playing football, even though they got promoted. So, yeah, it's never nice to see someone lose his job. He will come back and he will get a job somewhere else. But at the moment, when it says both of them, it does feel like it's come to a joint decision.
Yeah, Clinton, I was actually at Stamford Bridge about 6 weeks ago when they were playing Wolves, and I think it was 0-0 at half-time in the game. And you could feel the frustration from the home crowd. And I think a lot of that was maybe to do with the way they were playing, the style of play. I think he's been there a little while now, and I'm not too sure that I see a clear identity. And I think the fans probably are feeling that they were playing a side that was at the bottom of the league. They haven't won a Premier League game yet this season. And they ended up going on to win the game in the second half, which was probably expected due to Wolves' form. But I think this was probably around 6 weeks ago, and I could feel in the stadium the tension brewing. And then obviously if there are issues between the manager and the hierarchy, then, I mean, there's out of all the clubs, Chelsea's probably the one where...
But do you think the players have shown that they're not playing for him? I've watched them quite a lot of late, and it's never once appeared to me that they weren't all pulling in the same direction. Clint?
No, the players are playing for
so
him.
that's the interesting thing.
I do think the players are playing for him. I think you make a great point. Yeah, the players definitely are playing for him. I just think to myself, he makes too many rotations. All right, perfect example is this, and I understand Reece James has been one of the best around this season, and I understand you have to manage his minutes. They got the draw against Arsenal, and then they go to Leeds in midweek, and they kind of kick-started Leeds' season. Leeds lost to Man City on that weekend, and then went for Chelsea and went on a fantastic run. He changed the whole, near enough, not the whole team, but the majority of the team that had a good result. And I know it was only 3 or 4 days later, but look at it now. Does Pep Guardiola do that? No, he doesn't do that. Pep doesn't do that. I know it's different because they're going for the title, but I think he made too many changes.
But this isn't your usual... As we've all played the game, and we know when a manager's under pressure and the lads come off it a little bit, rightly or wrongly, we've all been in that situation. This isn't your usual, everyone thought Chelsea are absolutely having one.
No,
they're in touch, right, of the top four, so it has to be down to something we don't actually
But that's why
know.
it's
We're
so
not privy to
surprising.
that. It's got to be...
Yeah, that's why it's so surprising, because of the wording of the statement. They don't get these statements wrong. They take the time. They know exactly what they're trying to say. And the fact that they've mentioned he's come to the agreement with them together, it really... sort of shouts that something's not quite right. Obviously, why he's lost his job.
And in terms of who takes over from him, Jamie, let me come back to you. Is it going to take a certain type of manager who's willing to fit into the structure and buy into the project, this young squad?
Well, it has to be. Otherwise, you're going to end up the same way. 18 months in, and he's won a couple of trophies. They're fifth. And he's getting sacked because obviously something's not right with that communication in terms of you have to play this player, you have to play that player. I'm not saying that is happening because I don't know, but I'm saying...
So does that limit their options then in terms of...
Yeah, of course it does, and it has to, because you can't recruit a manager who wants to do their own thing, then sack them, and then you've got this whole merry-go-round, which we've seen before. It doesn't work. They've clearly got a plan in place, hence they're doing this now, and then they're going to appoint someone. Yeah, it does funnel down the options in terms of who you're going to get, because you're not going to get, in my opinion, an established winning type manager that we've seen before, because they're not going to have that. They don't have that. They want to do it their way, and we've seen that with all these managers before. With Mourinho, for example, he wouldn't be able to do that because he controls everything, and that's how he's had success. Now, that's why it might lend itself to... You know, we've heard Liam Rosenior already. It might lend itself to that, where people will scream straight away and say he hasn't had enough experience yet at the top level.
To bring you, however, we have got to interrupt it, and we make no apology because it's that massive news that we have been reporting about all of today, because Chelsea have confirmed they've parted company with their head coach Enzo Maresca. I'm going to read you the statement in just a moment. We've been talking about this all day. It does look, by the wording, that this was Chelsea's decision more so than the manager's. We'll get on more on that in a moment. In fact, we can bring in our chief correspondent, Carve Solical, who you were the one who broke this story. The whole way through it, you've been on top of this. What has happened? I'll read out the statement in a moment, but what do you understand has happened?
Well, look, Enzo Maresca has, as expected, left Chelsea. And I'm led to believe that both Enzo Maresca and Chelsea agree that now is the best time for him to go. Now, Liam Rosenior is one of a handful of candidates who will be considered to take over from Enzo Maresca. Chelsea expect to announce a permanent new head coach in a matter of days. My understanding is that they are going to move quickly. They have contingency plans in place and they're already vetting a small number of candidates. this is also very significant because from Chelsea's side, this was a unanimous board decision for Enzo Maresca to leave the club.
Right, OK, and let me just read out that statement now. Chelsea Football Club and head coach Enzo Maresca have parted company. During his time at the club, Enzo led the team to success in the UEFA Conference League and the FIFA Club World Cup. Those achievements will remain an important part of the club's recent history, and we thank him for his contributions to the club, with key objectives still to play for across 4 competitions, including qualification for the Champions League football. Enzo and the club believe a change gives the team the best chance of getting the season back on track. And it ends by saying we wish Enzo well for the future. So, Carvey, I know you're the one who's broken this story, but that's the first time that you've heard the statement. What did you read into that?
Look, I think, it's been painted as being a mutual decision. It's very rare for head coaches, managers to resign because when they resign, typically they do not get a payoff. But obviously, Enzo Maresca is somebody who is very proud. I think he feels that he could not carry on working at Chelsea at the same time as Chelsea felt that now was the right time for a change. And I can just tell you some of the main reasons why Enzo Maresca has left Chelsea. The first one is results. Recent results simply have not been good enough. Chelsea have won only one of their past 7 Premier League games. And if you look at the statistics, I think I'm right in saying that they've dropped 20 points from winning positions in the league and also Champions League this season. Second reason, I believe there have been disagreements behind the scenes about return to play protocols for injured players. And this is really, really important because Chelsea have an independent medical department and they have the final say on when an injured player can return to play and how many minutes he can play for. And I think from Chelsea's point of view, their head coach will never have the final say when it comes to return to play protocols. Another reason why Enzo Maresca is leaving Chelsea, from Chelsea's perspective, I think, is these links that we've seen in the past couple of weeks. Enzo Maresca being linked with other clubs, other jobs, Juventus, for instance, Manchester City as well. I think there may have been a sense from inside the club that these links were a distraction and perhaps they coincided with a dip in form, a dip in results as well. Also, there have been, clues that not everything has been going well at Chelsea behind the scenes. For instance, Tuesday night, Enzo Maresca basically refused to hold a post-match press conference after the draw with Bournemouth. We were told that it was because he was ill. I'm being told as well that some people inside Chelsea feel that this is a little bit self-inflicted. It didn't have to end this way because, as they mentioned in their statement, Enzo Maresca has won trophies. He got Chelsea back into the Premier League as well. But is there a sense that he's perhaps talked himself out of a job because of some of the things that he said in news conferences, which have added to a sense of volatility at the club and been a distraction when you don't need a distraction at the club? Nobody is bigger than Chelsea. If you're a Chelsea head coach, and I'm not saying that Enzo Maresca thinks he's bigger than Chelsea, because I certainly don't think he thinks that, but you have to be united, and the team behind the team has to be united as well. And I just get the sense that things haven't been right for quite a long time, and those are some of the reasons why this decision has been made today for Enzo Maresca to leave.
There's a lot more to get into, but before we go to the break, just very quickly, I picked out something there. You think it's going to be a permanent successor appointed, not just someone till the end of the season?
Yep. My information is that Chelsea will appoint a new permanent head coach in a matter of days. I've been asking the question, who's going to be in charge against Manchester City on Sunday? I'm being told we're not going to answer that question for the time being. But I'm also being told that this appointment is not going to take weeks. the words used in the conversations with me were, it will be a matter of days. And I was asking the question, is it going to be Liam Rosenior? Is it going to be Liam Rosenior? Everyone expects it to be Liam Rosenior. Are you worried that he doesn't have very much experience in English football? His only job has been at Hull City. I was told, well, look at Enzo Maresca. How much experience did he have of managing in the Premier League? Absolutely none. So I think there's a feeling at Chelsea that it wouldn't be that much of a risk to turn to Liam Rosenior. But of course, it would be a massive step up for him to go from Strasbourg in Ligue 1 to managing one of the biggest clubs in the world. Obviously, some people at Chelsea think that possibly he could handle that step up. Having said that, I'm being told that it's not definitely going to be Liam Rosenior. He's just one of the candidates.
Right, much more.
Maresca's future. Our chief correspondent, Kaveh Solikol, joins us on set. Good morning to you, Kaveh. So what's the latest when it comes to Maresca?
Well, look, it feels like we are reaching the point of no return for Enzo Maresca and Chelsea. At the moment, there is no guarantee that he will be in charge for Chelsea's away game at Manchester City on Sunday. If you remember, after Chelsea's draw on Tuesday night against Bournemouth at home, he did not appear for the post-match news conference. That just gives you another sign that everything is not the way it should be behind the scenes at Chelsea. And relations are strained between Maresca and some key figures at Stamford Bridge. My information is that Maresca, for his part, feels like a red line has been crossed. So I feel we're getting close to that point where there could be a parting of the ways between Maresca and Chelsea by mutual agreement. Interesting to see whether he resigns or he's sacked, or we get a statement saying it's by mutual agreement. We're not 100% sure that he is going to be leaving, but that feels like the direction of travel this morning.
It feels like this situation has ramped up quite rapidly. How did it get to this point?
Very good question, because at the end of November, Chelsea beat Barcelona 3-0 at Stamford Bridge. They then drew 1-1 with Arsenal, played really, really well, even though they were down to 10 men for more than an hour. So everything was going really, really well at the club. But you got a sneak peek at the fact that there are problems behind the scenes when Chelsea beat Everton, December the 13th. After the game, Enzo Maresca, in the middle of a news conference, suddenly says, the days leading up to this game have been the worst 48 hours of my time at the club. There are many people here who are not supporting me or the team. Now, when he was pressed on numerous occasions about what he meant by those comments, he didn't clarify them, but he seemed to stand by those comments. And I think the issue is that relations have been strained behind the scenes at Chelsea between Maresca and some key individuals. And when results have been going well, that has papered over the cracks. So everyone's just got on with it. Chelsea have been winning. They've been winning trophies. They've been qualifying for the Champions League. It hadn't mattered so much that these issues existed behind the scenes at the club. But as soon as results turned, and for the second winter in a row, Chelsea's form has really dipped during the winter, then you see all these issues coming to the surface.
Yeah, they had the exact same, didn't they, last winter as well. I mean, they've got a bit of a fixture pile-up as well over the coming month. Just how pivotal, when we look at this list of fixtures, could this be for their season? It is fairly relentless.
I mean, if it was just down to results, you would look at this fixture list. Chelsea have got 9 games in January in 4 different competitions. They've got some daunting away trips. Manchester City on Sunday. They have a pretty poor record against City in recent times. Crucial Champions League games as well, including a trip away at Napoli. They're playing Arsenal in the semi-final first leg of the League Cup. But I fear that it has got beyond the stage where we're going to be looking at the fixture list and thinking Enzo Maresca needs to win these games to keep his job. There's something else going on. I think now this is more to do with results. And my feeling is that Enzo Maresca feels that a red line has been crossed, which has made it very, very difficult for him to carry on as the Chelsea head coach.
And for Chelsea fans watching, how do you think they'll react to this news? Because there were chants, weren't there, the other night when they drew 2-2 with Bournemouth of you don't know what you're doing. What will the response be to this news this morning that he could be on his way out?
I think there'll be a mixed reaction. I think it's fair to say that some Chelsea fans have never taken Enzo Maresca to their heart. They don't like his style of football. But there are other Chelsea fans who appreciate the work he's done and the success that he's brought to the club. He was brought in to improve on what Mauricio Pochettino had achieved at the club, which was basically to stabilise the club, but to kick the club on further forward. And he did that. He got Chelsea into the Champions League. He won a European trophy. OK, it was only the Conference League. He won the Club World Cup as well. I think he just feels he deserves a little bit more respect for what he has achieved. I think he feels that he needs a little bit more support. He's got the youngest team in the Premier League. He's got the youngest squad in the Premier League. Chelsea don't go out and buy world-class players anymore. They buy young players and they give them to Enzo Maresca to develop. He feels he's been doing a very, very difficult job well, and you can judge him by the trophies that he's won. But I just feel that he thinks, you know what, maybe the time has come for me to leave. I should finish off by saying it's very unusual for managers to resign in this day and age, because usually, I'm not 100% sure if this is the case with Enzo Maresca, but usually if you walk away from a contract, you don't get compensation. So that is something else to bear in mind as well.
In Jay Bothroyd's 2026 predictions, we've been teeing it up all morning, so let's get to it. Right, the first one, we already know what the answer to this is going to be if you've been watching from 10 o'clock. Who's going to win the Premier League? An easy one for you.
Arsenal, all day. All day. There were some concerns, but now we're back on track.
Okay, and you did say, though, you don't think it's going to be easy, like Paul Merson said. Well, he didn't. He said they'd win easily.
Easily, yeah.
You don't think it will be that, though, do you?
From the beginning, I always said if Arsenal win the league, it's going to be because of the defence. So that's why I don't think it's going to be easy, but it doesn't matter whether it's easy or hard. Arsenal just need to get over the line now.
Right, OK, so that's the top one. What about the top four? Now, we know that it might be fifth might get you into the Champions League, but just to be certain, let's go for the top four, because if you want to get in. So we know that Arsenal are number one. Who else have you got in there?
Obviously, I got Man City in there. Again, it's going to go really close, but we all know that I'm an Arsenal fan, so I'm going to be positive for Arsenal. Then we got, obviously, Liverpool. Liverpool are going to get themselves back on track. I think that they've got too much quality in their squad not to be in there. And then I still feel like Chelsea will end up in fourth position.
Who do you think they'll be challenging with that for the fourth place? Because the top three, I think a lot of people would say the top three.
Yeah.
But Villa are currently third.
Yeah.
You've got Manchester United before last night.
I feel like they'll be competing with Aston Villa mainly, maybe Man United, but I feel like Chelsea will be there. I think they got a very good squad. They got game changers. And I feel like that's why they're going to get in there again.
You look at Newcastle's fixtures, a lot of Newcastle fans think that they can get up there.
Yeah, they're fans though.
Here we are on Sky Sports Fan Club, and Jay says fans' opinions don't count. That's good. Okay, so top four there. Now this is harder. Okay, this is where you really upset people. Relegated. So Premier League bottom three. Good luck.
I mean, it's looking really, really bleak for Wolves. Rob Edwards got a hell of a job in his hands. I think the only way that Wolves can stay up is if.
Have you changed that?
Yeah, that's wrong.
That's wrong. Okay,
that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Get rid of that because you've just given some. Because actually only one
Wolves,
of them.
Wolves.
Wolves is one. So forget West Ham and Leeds. That's not what you said.
I can move forward. So I'm going for.
Maybe that's what you went for at the start of the season and we've gone back. But anyway.
No, it's definitely not either. But I'm going Wolves, Burnley, and I'm sorry, but I'm going for Bournemouth still. They've got 5 points out of 30 points. I feel like you lost the whole back line. You know, obviously Semeno is going to be going as well now. I just feel like it's really, really tough, and I think they're going to really, really struggle and fall down the league.
So just to be clear, Wolves, yes, but you also said Burnley who were second bottom. That's played really well in the second half last night.
They did, but they conceded too many goals.
The Bournemouth one that's the one that's got everybody thinking, wow, should we not?
To be honest, Tom, I said at the beginning of the season, when you lose your whole back line, your goalkeeper, it's hard to keep yourself on track. And don't get me wrong, Bournemouth done fantastically well up to this point. But like I said, they've got 5 points out of a possible 30 points. That is nowhere near good enough. And then you're going to lose your talisman as well. I just don't see how they're going to end up. It's going to be close, but I think they'll drop into it.
Bournemouth fans, let us know what you think. Get your messages in and your voice notes as well. Because remember, at 11:45, you've got your questions to Jay Bothroyd. I've got a funny feeling some Bournemouth fans might have something to say about that. Right, OK. What about the 3 big trophies? If you're going to win the quadruple, you've got the Premier League, which you've already said. Promoter clubs first. Sorry, I've skipped a little bit. All right, so this season, you've just said who's going down from the Premier League. Who's coming up into the Premier League?
Well, obviously, Coventry. We've got to be in there. I think they've done fantastically well under Frank Lampard. Then we've got Ipswich. And then we've got Middlesbrough. I think all teams are really, really good. They've got some really good attacking players. Especially Coventry and Middlesbrough, big clubs. But I just feel like Ipswich is starting to get back on track. They're playing good football. They've got a fantastic manager as well. So that's why I've gone with those 3.
Yeah, so Middlesbrough would be playoffs. Yeah. Which is the hardest one to predict, isn't it, really? Because in the Championship or EFL in general, clubs who, even now at New Year, clubs who are just above relegation zone can get up. I mean, it was a bit earlier when Frank Lampard came into Coventry and he took them from right down there up to the playoff semi-final. So it is harder for that third one.
I'll tell you one thing as well, Tom. When I was playing in the Champions, I genuinely didn't look at the league table until like the end of February, because there's so much football to be played. Now, I know Coventry is in a good position right now, but I wouldn't bet on it. There's no guarantees that Coventry are even going to get promoted. Normally, going towards the end of the season, it's that team that starts creeping up, that finds that form, that drifts into the playoffs, and then can maybe nick third spot as well. But it's tough. The Championship is so hard.
You've upset Bournemouth, Wolves and Burnley fans, but you've made Coventry, Ipswich and Middlesbrough fans very happy with that. Right, what about the 3 cups? You've got the Champions League, the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup. So if you're going to win the quadruple, you've got that plus the Premier League, and you've already given the Premier League to Arsenal.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to the Premier League for Arsenal. Then I'm going to go for Man City.
So Champions League, so when you did say earlier on the show...
Man City domestic double. I'm saying Arsenal for the Premier League and the Champions League.
Is that heart or head? They are bookies' favourite for both, actually. They are bookies' favourite.
It's both. And like I said, I just feel like Arsenal's defence is probably the best in the world as a collective. It's going to be really difficult to beat Arsenal over 2 legs still. And that's why I feel like Arsenal are in a good position to go and do the double.
Is that enough for Man City? For their fans?
It's a double. I mean, obviously, Man City are going to be...
And you've got them second.
They're going to be based, they're going to be judged on major trophies, especially when you've got players like they've got, and then Guardiola. But ultimately, it's still a successful season getting a domestic.
Well, after that... There's a fairly big competition coming up in the summer, the World Cup 2026. Who are you backing to win that?
I mean, listen, I'd love to see England win it.
That means you're going to say no.
Yeah, I'd love to see England win it, and I am positive, but I'm going to use my head for this one, and I just feel like Spain have got too much. I feel like when you see them at the Euros, they were fantastic. They've got great young players. They've got over the line in a major competition before. I just feel like they're just a top side.
I was hoping I wouldn't have to ask the next one, is how far will England get? Because I was hoping that England's name would have been there on winners. So how far do you think England are going to go?
I've gone semi-final. And that's purely because I think about, France, Portugal, Brazil's, Argentina. Like, it's so many teams there. I just feel like, can England get over the line against like the Argentinas, the Portugals, France? I'm not entirely sure, but I still think Arsenal. I still think England are a great squad, great players, but they all need to perform, and I haven't seen that yet.
Tuchel was brought in to win the World Cup. Do you think, even if he wins the World Cup, do you think he'll go? And semi-finals, I guess he'd have to go because he hasn't won the World Cup.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going regardless?
Yeah, I think he's going regardless. I genuinely think that Eddie Howe will probably be the next England manager. Again, I think he's a fantastic manager. There's no doubt about it. Tuchel. If Tuchel wins, there's a chance that he might stay. But I don't see him staying. I think he'll just go out on a high. And then obviously, if England don't win, then he's going to be going anyway. But I just feel like, I think most people would like to see an English manager managing England.
Okay. So that's a bit of a prediction there that Eddie Howe will be England manager next summer. However, we're going to finish with Jay Bothroyd's bold prediction. Was that one it?
Pardon?
Was that it, the Eddie Howe?
No,
Was that your bold
it wasn't a bold prediction. I'm going to go back to Arsenal on this one because, I feel like Arteta wins a double or wins a league. I feel like
I didn't know this was coming up.
Could potentially go back to Barcelona or Madrid. I think that with the link with Arteta and Barcelona, I feel like there's strong there, and that's why I'm thinking maybe he might want to go to one of those clubs, their biggest clubs in the world.
Could he go to Real Madrid because he's been at Barcelona?
I just think when Real Madrid is the biggest club in the world, but then obviously because of his ties with Barcelona, I feel like he would have done absolutely everything at Arsenal. He would have took Arsenal from 8th position to then winning a double, the majors. I mean, we are talking about, this is a bit outlandish, but I like to be outlandish.
That's a bold prediction, that's what it is.
Exactly, it's a bold prediction. But I just feel like with his Spanish ties, with the Barcelona ties, it's either going to be Barcelona or going to the biggest club in the world, Real Madrid.
Right, would he go with, if you've predicted that Arsenal are going to win the Premier League and Champions League, so would he go with Arsenal fans' blessing, or would they say he's turning their back on him?
Well, I mean, listen, if he can do the double, I would love Arteta to stay. I think every single fan would, I think players would, but ultimately he would have done absolutely everything. And I think if he does that, then of course he will get the fans' blessing to go and to a team like Real Madrid and Barcelona. And he's Spanish. I think like his goals, I think as a manager, I think everyone's goal would be to manage at the biggest, club possible. And I feel like Madrid and Barcelona for him would be that.
OK, well, they were Jay Bothroyd's 2026 predictions. Let's bring you the full list in case you missed any of it. Arsenal to win the Premier League, Manchester City in second, wasn't it? Then Liverpool, then Chelsea in the top 4. Bottom 3, Wolves, Burnley and Bournemouth. Bournemouth fans already getting in touch, by the way, Jay, I'm told. Arsenal winning the double in Jay's world, lifting the Champions League, while Manchester City take the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup. Spain, his prediction for the World Cup, and heartbreak for England in the semi-finals. And one bold prediction is that Mikel Arteta will win 2 trophies with Arsenal before leaving for either Real Madrid or Barcelona. I enjoyed that, Jay.
Jesus has been fantastic. Sorry. Jesus has been fantastic since he's come back. He's a more rounded forward. You can play the ball into him. You can expect that he's going to take on players. He can score goals. I wouldn't say he's a prolific goal scorer. I don't think Jesus will ever score like 20 Premier League goals, but he's a fantastic player. He's one of our best attackers when he's fit, and he needs to stay fit. But I'm going to ask you, Toby, when everyone's fit, absolutely on blob, number 9, who is playing for you? Because I look at this and I'm saying Jesus is first, Havertz. I'm putting Marino in there before I'm putting Gyökeres in there at 4th. Because I don't think that Gyökeres has enough to his game. I think when you're a striker at Arsenal Football Club, you need to be well-rounded. That's why, we was all talking about the likes of Isak coming, or for me, I was talking about Isak, Alvarez, Ekitike, coming to Arsenal to be a number 9 because they're more well-rounded players. Where I look at Gyökeres, and he is a good player and he has had a great career, but I just don't think he suits the Arsenal style.
I agree. Yeah, I actually agree with that list. I'd even put in Trossard maybe 3rd ahead of Marino as like a 9 option. He's done it a few times for us and he looks great. But whilst he's bedding in, I do think just having those other players is really important. But Gabriel Jesus, for his 22-23 season, if he come back, I don't think there's a player other than Erling Haaland in the Premier League I would rather have. He was unbelievable, and I think that list is kind of correct. I think he is, when he is on form, that good. Unfortunately, just before the World Cup, his knee injury, let him down a little bit, and we haven't seen the same of him since. So, and he does look, dare I say it, touch wood, look like that player since he's come back, and I just hope his body can hold up.
Toby, you know, I don't want to come across like I'm being really, really harsh on Gyökeres, but when I look at Gyökeres, he strikes me as the kind of person, his whole body language and demeanour is like, I'm just happy to be here at Arsenal. Whereas when we look at the greats that Arsenal have, the number 9s, Righty, come in there, this is my team. You know, then like you've got Bergkamp that came, and Nelka, you look at Henry, then Aubameyang.
A lot of them had slow starts.
All of them, Van Persie, but all of them are to levels. Yeah. They're like fantastic players, but they come in there with the kind of attitude like, I'm the best player. You know, I'm going to play, I'm going to score goals. When I look at Gyökeres, he's just happy. He looks to me like he's just happy to be a part of it.
I think there's a really interesting similarity. Like, so I remember when David Raya first joined and there was the whole Ramsdale situation, he looked like he was apologising for playing, like it wasn't his shirt. And it was kind of very similar to Gyökeres, obviously completely different positions. But the way they looked mentally just didn't look like they were part of the club. And it took about 6 months, almost one international break, he came back and he was like, no, this is my shirt, this is my team, this is who I am. And suddenly he's become world class ever since. But it did take that 6 months to bed into the team. I just wonder if Gyökeres is going through that. You're right.
But Toby, you do get assurance. I mean, I know that at one point there was Raya and Ramsdale. That's fine, but I'm pretty sure, in fact, that Raya got assurances from Arteta saying, you're my number 1. I want you to play. That's when it looked like he came back and was like, he came out there with, you know, like that kind of presence, like, I am number 1. I am one of the best keepers in the world. Whereas for strikers, it's different. You've got to actually go and score goals regularly, especially for the bigger teams.
True.
And I feel like if Arsenal had that number 9 that was scoring the 20 Premier League, this would be easy. I would genuinely say this is easy
January's
now.
coming up. January's coming up.
Yeah, but no one's going to let a top striker go in January.
Well, money talks. Could you not buy? Is it ridiculous, Toby, to think that you could buy a striker in January?
A top one, Tom.
Well,
yeah,
name some names. Now,
well, if Isak didn't get injured, then I would have had a pop at Ekitike, but unfortunately he's looking unbelievable.
But like, even like you look at,
Isak's
you know,
injured,
players like Martinez at Inter Milan, like to get someone like that, even that they were going to want 100 million. Like at Arsenal parting like that kind of money in January, I don't think so.
Well, if it guarantees a title and maybe even helps you in the Champions League.
Yeah, but Arsenal don't manoeuvre like that. They're not a club that's just going to say, here you go, here's 100 million.
But they also haven't won the league for a long time, so is this time for a shift?
I mean,
I think it's hard, isn't it?
It is hard.
Ultimately, yeah, there's who's going to sign in January? What kind of price would it be? Look, hey, if an Erling Haaland or someone like that would be available, great. But the difficulty is, you know, we had that period where we were going from like 8th to 2nd. Going from 2nd to 1st to try and win the Premier League or to get that striker to take to the Champions League, that is hard to find at the best of times and very expensive. And
exactly.
I'm very, very confident that with Jesus, Havertz and, you know, potentially Gyökeres coming through, when they are back, we look great. And there's so much else around the team that delivers to be able to help with that. And, you know, Man City, I mean, how many Premier League teams before Haaland had a central striker that were the striker? I mean, Jesus was playing for City, Firmino was playing for Liverpool. It was all coming from the wing.
But number 9s are coming back in fashion now. There was a lot of teams. Sorry, Toby. There was a lot of teams playing with false number 9s because of the way Guardiola set up his team. But like number 9s now are coming back into fashion. Like number 10s are. They're coming back. And I just feel like if Arsenal could get a number 9, do you know, like there's been games like last year, even this year, where Arsenal haven't played good. They haven't, you know, scored from a set piece. But then you need someone to just like, you know, find a scrappy goal. That's what real top number 9s do. You've seen it with Haaland. As much as Haaland does score great goals as well, he just sniffs out them scrappy goals. And I feel like they're the kind of players that you need if you want to go and win the league comfortably. Arsenal are going to do it the hard way. And they're going to do it because of their back line, not because of their front line.
I agree. And look, we don't have that play at the moment. I think we thought it was going to be Gyökeres, but when you do have that defence, you do have that squad depth, anything can happen, you know, and it's a long season. A couple of other teams like Chelsea and City played in the Club World Cup. Like, is that going to maybe help? Maybe that will contribute to a downfall of some kind, maybe, but we've got the squad and other teams don't. But look, we'd all love that number 9, and unfortunately, I don't think Gyökeres is going to be that, you know, 30-goal season striker at the moment.
Well, at the back, you're doing well enough without having that 30-goal season striker, but at the back, you've already mentioned David Raya. Is he the best goalkeeper in the world right now?
I think he's been the best performing goalkeeper for a while. I think Alisson is still the best goalkeeper in the world for everything he's done, obviously.
What are you talking about, Toby? What are you talking about? That's reckless. What about Courtois? What about Donnarumma?
Donnarumma really heats up when it's hot. Like,
and
end of the Champions League, he's good, but he's not been great this season. No, I'd have David Raya over Courtois, personally.
I'm objective. I think you're being a bit biased there, Toby.
I'm getting excited by his performances over the last few years. What can I say?
I'll tell you one thing I would like to say, though. I've been a bit critical of Odegaard, but last night, that was a proper performance. That assist was an unbelievable assist, and that's the kind of Odegaard I need to see. I want to see him scoring goals, getting assists like that. When I see him playing safety and within himself, I don't like that kind of attacking midfielder. The one I see last night and last week when he scored from the edge of the box, that's the kind of Odegaard that you talk about, being one of the best attacking midfielders in the world.
100%. He looks back. I don't know where he was. I think maybe he was struggling physically. He looks a bit more slender, coming back from international breaks, coming back from injury and various different things. But he just looked his old self.
Yeah.
Saka was making the runs. He helps having like a running centre forward, I think, and some structure around him. Sometimes he can take too many touches on the ball when he's not feeling too confident. But when he's zippy and when he's bouncing around at home, he just looks something else. And again, go on.
Toby, I was going to say to you, just a question. I was just thinking now, is Arsenal's squad that good where, for example, if Saka goes through a patch where he's not playing well, you can just take him out of the team and put like Madueke in? Do you think Arsenal are that good to be doing that now?
Well, you've had no Gabriel and you were fine.
No, I'm talking about Saka in particular.
You've had no Rice, you've been fine. So actually, I think every position on the pitch, surely.
What are you thinking, Toby? Would you take Saka out if he's not performing?
I think we kind of would need to. I mean, we're very fortunate that he's not underperforming at the moment. I think he maybe could score a few more goals, but he's playing, probably been our best player over the last few weeks. So, we've got Madueke, Nwaneri. I'd love to see out there. Downman, perhaps coming back. We've got so many options. And if we can start, we have been doing that, starting Madueke for a few Champions League games. And
do you genuinely think Arsenal have got the best squad in the world? Like, I do. And that's the reason why there's no excuses this year. That's the thing. There's no excuses.
Well, I think we've got the best squad in England. I'd have to think. I think Bayern look really hot right now. I mean, we did beat them though, so
Arsenal tucked in Bayern. That was easy work.
Yeah, that's a good point, to be fair. So, look, I think we've got a really good squad, and it is no excuses territory in that sense. I think there are other teams that maybe have a slightly better first team, perhaps, but as a squad to go the distance in a league, I think we're the most equipped we've ever been. So,
100%.
As long as we don't keep dropping like flies at the back, hopefully we should be all right. I don't have to keep playing Declan Rice at right back.
We're asking fans for one prediction for 2026. It can be as outlandish or as safe as you want. What's yours for Arsenal, Toby?
I think we'll win a double. I think it.
Toby, I was going to say that as well. I was going to say a double.
Wait. I think it'll be a League Cup and the league.
Right now, shall we? Because it meant a lot, really, for the title race. It feels like it could really be quite a significant moment in terms of this title race. Did it feel like Aston Villa, particularly looking at this table now, really needed to get something there?
Well, I've got quite a few pals who are Aston Villa fans, and I don't think they ever really, in their heart of hearts, felt they were in the title race. They're delighted to be where they are at the table at the moment. But, the top two certainly have a lot more firepower than Aston Villa do, and a lot more squad depth, and we saw that last night in that performance. Yes, it was a real statement win from Arsenal. Aston Villa are a very good side in an incredible run of form, 11 wins in a row. So to win in the manner in which Arsenal did last night, you just heard Jamie Carragher say to do it without Declan Rice, who's arguably the most important player as well. It was a statement win. If you win 4-1 against Manchester City, it's more of a statement, but still to beat Aston Villa by 4-1, having not really been playing that well of late either, Arsenal, they've been the performances have been a bit meh, but the results have been excellent. Last night, the two came together. It was an excellent result and an excellent performance. It was ruthless. Every chance they had, they took, and they underlined the amount of depth they have in that squad, Arsenal. So I think certainly Manchester City will have sat up and taken notice of that Arsenal performance last night. It was incredibly impressive from start to finish.
We can hear from Arteta as well, can't we, on what this means for the title race?
We have some very tough matches, injuries, but the players are so willing, so winning helps all that. All the sacrifices, commitment that you put in gets reflected in results and great performances, and that's so satisfying. But we know there's still so much to play for. It's a great way to end the year, that's for sure.
Well, that's just it, isn't it? Nice to head into the new year, top of the table, 5 clear. Jamie Carragher was saying last night that when he's fully fit, Gabriel Jesus should be starting ahead of Victor Gyökeres. Did he prove that last night?
2025 has been a very difficult year for Gabriel Jesus coming back from that horrific injury. Some lovely sort of numbers to underline how nice a story it was for him last night. 55 seconds after coming off the bench is when he scored last night after being brought on, and took his goal so well as well. Really nicely taken goals, real striker's finish from Gabriel Jesus. And 363. We talked just a few minutes ago how we like our numbers. 363 days since his last goal came against Brentford on New Year's Day in 2025. So, look, for Gabriel Jesus, lovely to be back in an Arsenal shirt and scoring again. And Victor Gyökeres hasn't exactly hit the ground running since he arrived in the Premier League. There's clearly a tremendously talented player there. But what a nice ace to have up your sleeve, Gabriel Jesus, and Kai Havertz to come back from injury soon as well. So Arsenal have got strength and depth. They're scoring from everywhere. Martin Ødegaard seems to be hitting his straps again as well. So they've got so many options. They seem to be the complete side. There are very few chinks in that armour at the moment. And Jamie Carragher, as you're right, was saying that when this man is up, fully fit and firing, he should be starting ahead of Victor Gyökeres.
Must be a big result leader.
I'm so happy. If we play in every 3 days, we played an opponent today that comes from 11 wins in a row. Superb team, very difficult to play against. And we knew that we were going to have periods throughout the game. And we talked about emotionally how demanding it was going to be. And we struggled in the first 10 minutes, arriving a bit late, playing through us and creating some open space situations that they are very dangerous at. And then we adjusted, get a bit more control. 2 big chances by Victor and the one a scrappy situation inside the box. Didn't manage to score in the second half. We clicked. Everything went much better. Times were better. Individual roles fulfilled in an extraordinary way. So efficient in everything that we did. And unlike the last few games where we had so many big situations, today we were very prolific and accurate to make the difference there.
Sorry, just quickly. Villa have been a team that have really hurt you in previous seasons. Is there more kind of a swell of happiness when you manage to get one over a side that has damaged you so much?
Well, especially when you play against a team that is in such a moment as well, and they are really good. They are extremely well coached, very clear what they want to do, how they want to help you, and they are very efficient at it. So they can drag you into a game that is constantly a very thin line, and you have to navigate there, can be comfortable navigating through that. And we did it in the difficult moments, and then we took the opportunities in a great way.
Arthur Heidegger. Hi, Miguel. You mentioned in the last couple of games you wanted the margins to be bigger, and obviously they were tonight. I was just wondering, after that first goal went in, it seemed like the players really smelt blood. And I was wondering if you think that's a fair way to assess that kind of period in the game and how you saw that situation.
Yes, and we wanted to continue to go, and we talked at halftime the things that we have to alter to be more efficient. But actually, after you have to, then you get more blood, but after you have to really grab it. And we did it. And I think individually we had some huge performances. We were very efficient in the final third, attacking the box, and that made the difference.
Sam, take off.
Hi, Miguel.
Hi.
Tonight and at the weekend, Martin Ødegaard back to the Martins. How important was he tonight? What's clicked with him, do you think?
Well, that he needed some consistency as well, and some games. Obviously, he had 2 times the shoulder injury, then they had the knee injury, big knee injury, and that takes a little bit of time. And now you can see that it's flowing, that his energy level is back to where it is, that he's taking risks, that is affecting the game in a great way. And I think he was really, really good today again.
Alex Bibsy.
Hi, Mikel. Just looking back on this month now that it's finished, do you think you've played like potential champions, maybe not your best at times, difficult moments, and producing a performance like that to end the month?
Well, I would say that to continue to win, you have to win in different contexts. And some games we've been very good, and the margin should have been much bigger, and we didn't manage to do that. So we went for smaller margins, And today maybe the margin wasn't that big, but we made it because we were extremely efficient and ruthless in the opposition box. And that's the way. And we won with a lot of injuries. Today we lost Declan, Ricky. Some other comes back. Gabi comes in after such a long time without scoring a goal. And he scores a wonderful goal. I mean, everybody's ready to contribute, and that's great.
Charlie, son. If you just ask about the two Gabriels, but they've both come back. You must be so pleased for both of them. Very different stories, but they've come back at the same time.
Yeah, about Gabi Jesus, I already spoke. Big Gabi, he comes from injury of 6 weeks. That probably should have been a bit longer. He plays against probably the team that is the hardest to control, especially the front players and the striker that they have in terms of their movements, and he impacts the game in an incredible way, both defending and in the opposition box.
Was there a handshake at the end? We couldn't see whether you shook hands with their manager.
You saw it, but it's okay. It's all good.
Was that unusual? Was it disappointing?
No, that's okay. That's part of the game, and it's not an issue at all.
James, yes, good?
Firstly, just check on depth. Do you expect to have him back for the weekend?
Depends. So that swelling has to come right down for him to have the chance to function. He wasn't available to that today yet. He's improving, but let's see what is in the next couple of days.
And just second, you said the team clicked in the second half. Do you think, was that a tactical thing? Was that a mental thing? And how do you sort of harness that?
When it happens, normally it's a lot of factors, and I think we were more aggressive, we were more determined. Times were much better, and then it's about execution and just dealing, especially when you are that man-orientated, is winning that action, yes or no. That clicks everything and makes a difference, and we're very good in the second half doing that.
James, CBS?
I don't know, you mentioned those early troubles, and it seemed like Villa were getting a lot of joy breaking through your press early on. What changed?
Well, that's certain individual behaviors had to change, because the moment that you allow them to attack your back is a big problem, because they have runners from inside, they have people that can pick up passes from deep positions, they have players in the last line that are excellent at making the runs, pulling shoulder and attacking your backs. And you have to control that, because every time you give the ball away, they have the capacity to do that.
And how well does it reflect on your team that they didn't drop back, they didn't try to mitigate? No.
I really like that, because you're gonna go through different patches in periods against top opposition like Villa, and then you still have the ability to come out on the game and deserve to win it.
Okay, last couple, Phil, Pierre.
Okay, I know obviously when you talk about in the dressing room, what sort of belief does that give the players? You know, when you win a game like that against a team that's been on such a run, this season could be the year that you win the Premier League.
His belief, his energy as well, because they put in so much. We're playing every 2.5 days. The schedule is very, very demanding. We have some very tough matches, injuries, but the players are so willing. So winning helps all that. You know, all the sacrifices, commitment that you put in gets reflected in results and great performances, and that's so satisfying. But we know still so much to play for. It's a great way to end the year, that's for sure. And tomorrow have a good night with our families. But then the next day we are in and we have to go to Bournemouth, and we know what that means.
Okay, final one, yeah.
Hello, Mikel.
Hi.
From Beacons. Congratulations, such a big victory.
Thank you.
Get your thoughts on Martin Zubimendi. That's now 6 goal contributions. That's a career high for him. How impressed have you been with him? How quickly he settled into the Premier League and into your side?
Well, I think I mentioned it a lot of times that it's a position that is very, very difficult to get an impact in the manner that he's done it so early. But credit to him, credit to his teammates as well, how easy they make it for him. And today he's done something that, in my opinion, he's got the ability to do, is to arrive in the right moment, attacking the box and finalizing actions. And he did it with such a composure.
Thanks very much, Igor.
Yeah. Happy New Year to you all. Yeah, all the best.
Excuses, but maybe the lack of fluidity we saw tonight, do you put that down to players you were maybe missing this season?
That is normal, but we didn't use that excuse against Newcastle. We are not going to use today, but of course if you see the game, I understand why we play the way we play today. The lack of fluidity, lack of 1-against-1. We knew that would be a completely different game compared to Newcastle, because in Newcastle we have more space to play. We didn't have to work the play so much, and today we have difficulties in that aspect, and that is clear.
I appreciate it's a different game to Newcastle, but could you just explain the tactical tweaks? You know, moving Dorgu back to the left and going back with a 3.
No, we knew that they will play with the 5. They will use it the width, and today was just to do that, and then sometimes building up with him open or close with Luke Shaw doing the opposite. So we try to arrange the right situations for the situation that we have in the moment.
Ruben, sorry, you've said a lot that you know that this team is not the finished article, but is this tonight an example that you need more creativity in your squad? There was a lack of creativity, and it feels as though there's some players within your squad who can't give you what you need, and you need greater depth.
No, I think we are in one situation that you have a lot of players out in the same time. Of course, when you play Casemiro and Ugarte in the middle, you know that is different. When you have Kobe Mino or Mason Mount or Bruno, that is normal. So we just need to recover our players, the players from AFCON to return, and then the fluidity is going to be different. But again, we won the last one, and today we could win with the players that we have. We had lack of fluidity and then lack of quality and then lack of creation of chances, and then we suffer a goal with set pieces with a team and we are tall in this moment. So these details are important to win these games in difficult moments.
Hi, Ruben. Is it particularly difficult for the young players who you're having to send on in pretty invidious circumstances to try and have that effect, whereas previously, I suppose, if you had a fuller squad, you'd be able to bring them in and it would be easy for them?
Yeah, it's completely different, and you know that when there is a lot of new people in different positions and you put one young kid, he will struggle. It's completely different when you have a base, everything is working well, and you can give minutes to a young kid. You look at the game and you understand clearly, and you see our team, and you know that you are going to struggle in certain aspects, and I think that was what happened during the game.
Xerxes, who obviously is a much more experienced player, I've seen your comments about why he came off, but is there an element of a risk there where you take off an experienced player and you put on quite a role player?
We need to do what the game was asking. We were struggling. They put a lot of men in the middle of the park, and we managed to do with Jack. We balanced that. I think we recovered the ball faster in the second half. In the first half, we struggled a little bit to recover the ball. So I'm just looking not for their age and the experience. And in this moment, I just look what I can do to win the game.
Rob and then Andy. Sorry, just on the Xerxes substitution, was that tactical or did he have a knock in there?
No, it's just tactical.
Andy?
Ruben, the home form was encouraging at the start of the season, but that's now 1 win in 5 at home, and most of the opponents have been from the lower end of the table. Is it an extra pressure being at home? Why do you think this is happening? It wasn't just tonight when it's been a struggle at home.
I don't feel. I think against Everton, we clearly underperform. West Ham, we had some lack of creation, but we have our chances. Bournemouth, we had advantage 3 times. So is the details. Is not was not offensively. Was not the creation of chances. We had the game. We had full control of the game. Today was completely different. Newcastle, we struggled, but we managed to win at home. I think this year I don't feel that. I feel the support of the fans when we are here. I feel that they want to play at home. I feel that we are dominant at home. We won one that they were a little bit more dominant, was the last one. Today we had lack of quality, fluidity in the game today, and that was the reason of our game today.
Ruben, obviously today was disappointing. Andy's touched on the other disappointing home results, but you're only 2 points off a potential Champions League spot at the halfway point of the season. So how do you look at things going into the new year, and how confident are you that those small things that are costing you can change in a positive way?
I'm really confident. We just need to recover all the players, and I'm really confident. I don't know what is going to happen until the end of the season. Then we will make the resume of the season. But I'm really confident when we recover all the players that we are going to be a strong team. That there is no doubts in my mind.
Do you think you'll have people back for the league?
I don't know. I have to check. I'm not going to risk anyone to lose them for 1 month or 2 months. So we'll try to arrange solutions. Again, let's see, and we will try to win the next one with no risks for the players. Thank you, guys.
a must-win for Arsenal?
I think so, because if they don't win, everyone will start to be asking questions saying, "Oh, they're dropping off, they're going to wobble again," and then it just opens to have a big can of worms. So I think it is a must-win for them, and predominantly, you think Arsenal favourites going into it, and why would you have to win your home games if you're going to go and win the title anyway? So I think the biggest thing now is they'll look at it and go, "Can we win this game and then move on to the next one, and then the next one?"
But after tonight, it's only the halfway stage of the season. Right, so I think, well, surely it can't be a must-win at this stage, especially when they're 2 points clear at the moment. Also, away from home, they've already faced, if you look at that, let's say the top 7 here, so Arsenal +6, they've played Villa away already, Liverpool away already, Chelsea away already, Manchester United away already, and you'll add Sunderland in there as well. They've played them away. There's only Manchester City left to play away out of them. Everyone else is at home. So surely they can afford to slip up, and it's not a must-win.
They can't, though, because you're thinking about, they've played them away games. How many points have they picked up in them games? You're only saying they've drawn 2, won 2, lost 2.
Yeah, of the current top 5, they've not won any of those away ones.
Well, then, so that speaks volumes. So they need to go and make sure this is a win tonight. So you level it off. Villa beat them at Villa Park. They go and win there, then you almost level off, so no one took any points off anyone, really. So that it comes to a must-win. Because if Villa win tonight, they've taken 6 off Arsenal, who have been leading the Premier League title race from the start.
We're going to actually get right into Aston Villa shortly. We're going to start with we're going to keep going with Arsenal at the moment. Up front, who starts? You've got Gyökeres, you've got Jesus, or you've got Marino, because there's no Havertz still. Or I suppose you could say Martinelli, whatever.
I think the tough one is with the Gyökeres scenario for me is, do you keep playing? Do you keep playing to try and get him into form? Arsenal creating the chances, but the whole team's not scoring. It's not just predominantly on him. Standout one for me that is always there is Marino. Whenever he's asked to do a job up front, he scores. He performs for the team. When Gyökeres is up there at the moment, it's just not clicking for some reason. Maybe it's just he's going to take time to find his form. Let's be honest, the Portuguese league to the Premier League team is chalk and cheese. So for me, I would go for Marino tonight.
So you go for a central midfielder rather than 2 out-and-out strikers. It is the poll at the moment today that we're running at the moment, who should start up front out of those 3, and you can see that it's Victor Gyökeres who is leading that one in terms of the viewers. But if you were a striker like Gyökeres or Gabriel Jesus, how furious are you going to be if a central midfielder starts ahead of you?
Oh, I'm going to be raging. I'm going to be fuming.
You'd still do it.
If I was the manager...
You'd put Marino up there.
Yeah. But if I was from the outside looking in, absolutely. Because them two are not doing... Yes, right, Gabriel Jesus has been injured and as his worries, and he's going to take time to come off the bench, build his minutes up. But Gyökeres hasn't been doing it. 5 Premier League goals?
Gyökeres, for Arsenal this season, he's got 1 in 3. He's got 7 in 21. That's Champions League and Premier League. That's 1 in 3 for someone who you just say in chalk and cheese between the 2 leagues.
It is.
Portugal and here. Yes, it's not that bad a start, is it?
For 60+ million? Coming from Arsenal. I think that I'm going to say yes, it is. And the reason
but for
why
60+ million, he's got to start a game.
Yeah, but he hasn't done enough to start.
If it's a must-win game,
Tom, if you are a goal scorer,
all that money, he's got to start.
Tom, if you are a goal scorer and you're brought in to put the ball in the back of the net, that's something he ain't doing. Let's be real. 1 in 3. 1 in 3 for someone that's playing for a team that creates that many chances at the top of the Premier League. That's not good enough. No Arsenal fan can tell me that Victor Gyökeres has done enough to score goals, to perform and to start. And everyone says, if your performance is going well, then it links it all together, then you can score, then the goals will come. He's obviously not doing enough because of the chances that they're creating are not falling his way, or he's not getting in the right positions.
Well, we've been harsh on Gabriel Jesus there, not mentioning him because
he's been
injured. You've said Mikel Marino. Yeah, but he's fit now, so
yeah, but
could they start him now because he is a striker?
But then, do they want to throw him in straight away, or are they going to bring him off the bench for a couple of games, then lead into that way of starting? That's why I'm going down the route of Marino. Gabriel Jesus had his injury, whereas he's back fit now, but may take a couple more games to come off the bench. Gyökeres ain't done enough. You're only putting him up there to keep running the channels. He ain't done enough for me.
Right, well, Sky Sports are partnered with Finalysis to discover true fan opinion. To have your say on your club, download the Finalysis app right now. Scan the QR code here for more details. We can speak live to Arsenal fan Scarlett Katz Roberts now. Scarlett, we'll get on to the strikers in a moment, but is this a must-win for you?
Lovely highlight reel you had me watching a few minutes ago, guys. Recapping that Wendy goal, that was fun. No, I don't think it's a must-win game for Arsenal. I think that's the luxury of being 2 points ahead. I don't think it's a must-win for Villa either. You know, I think they're in a position where psychologically they know that they kind of have one over us. We've got the weird Emery hoodoo, and you know they can afford to go into that game and just go for it because no one's going to have a problem with them if they don't finish top of the league. I think if we were to lose and City won, we'd only be a point behind them. So contextually, I don't think it's a must-win game, but spiritually, it's a must-win game because it's Villa and because it would be a statement to the rest of the league. I would say that generally this season, Arsenal have responded when the stakes have been raised. So you would hope that they can do that again. Go and win it because that would be, you know, unbelievable.
That kind of just, in that bit where if they win tonight, then they can almost be like, look, we can compete against a top team. Not compete, but we can beat the top teams because obviously at the record at the moment don't stand fantastic, right? But now it's almost, for me, if they go and win tonight, it levels it out. No one's got anything over because if you look at it, it's a draw. Villa are like, well, we've taken 4 points off Arsenal this year. If we win, we've taken 6 points off Arsenal. If that's Arsenal, a team that's going to go and compete and win the Premier League title, they need to win their home games and not look at any game where they're like, oh, we can take a point here, we can take a point there. Not at home, definitely not.
Are you saying tonight, Charlie, if they don't win tonight, you're saying they won't win the Premier League?
I'm saying if they don't win tonight, then the questions are now going to be asked even more. Because let's be honest, from the start, after 4 or 5 games, everyone's been saying Arsenal haven't got enough, Arsenal haven't got enough. Oh, we'll see, they'll wobble at some certain stage. They haven't at the moment. Now it's coming to that crunch point the halfway of the season where 2 teams are now closer. The gap is closer than ever now. And maybe if they get knocked off that top perch, then can they crawl it back? Who knows?
Scott, how confident are you that even if you don't win tonight, you're still going to be fine? And when I say fine, I mean win the league.
I think, you know, those questions are levelled at Arsenal all the time anyway. You know, you're going to be a bottle job until you win the title.
You are. You were going to until you win the title.
It doesn't, you know, I don't think that means that Villa game is a must-win purely because of the fact that we might still be top of the league after City play. So, look, it would be a great game to go and win, but it would be absolutely mad to suggest that if we lose that game, we're not still in a really good position to go and win the title.
Now, who starts up front then?
I would like it to be Jesus, but I think sadly it will be Gyökeres. I don't suspect it's going to be such a.
Why sadly?
Because because he hasn't been doing the business. He ain't been doing enough to start, and Gabriel Jesus has been injured, so he hasn't been able to get onto the. Being able to start games, so now he's obviously going to put 3, 4, 5 games to come off the bench and then make that number 9 spot his own, really. But Gyökeres hasn't done enough to be, from my opinion, to start as a number 9 for Arsenal.
I think it's a tough watch at times, and you know why I want Jesus to start this game is I think the game at Villa Park was oddly transitional. It was really basketball, which is a kind of game where you would think that someone who really likes tearing in behind would benefit from. I would say that generally this season I've sort of been thinking, oh, this game will be good for Gyökeres, this game will be good for Gyökeres, and then he doesn't go and perform in those games. So I think in this particular match, I think it will be tight. I think it will be tense. I think you want someone who has that control and cuteness and ability. And for me, Gabriel Jesus gives you that. I say sadly, that is obviously a slight overstatement. I think Gyökeres has been okay.
Do you think he'll come good, Scott? Do you think he'll come good?
I think he'll get 15 all comps, whether that's coming good.
All comps? That's not enough. That's not enough. For an Arsenal number 9, you play. No, which I get. As an Arsenal number 9 that plays in all of them competitions, that's been predominantly brought in to get Arsenal over the line to win the title. It's on him on his shoulders to go and score the goals. And 15 for me is not enough. I think it's enough
if we win the league. It's enough if we win the title, right? It doesn't matter how many goals he gets, as long as what he does contributes to us winning the league. I think that's the ultimate question of whether it will be worth it and he'll be good enough.
And that's the only. And if Arsenal do win the league, and it doesn't matter what goals he scores, that's the only thing that's really going to shut people up when it comes to Victor Gyökeres.
He could never score a goal again for Arsenal, and I wouldn't mind if we won the league.
Okay, well, I suppose it's probably fair enough. Yeah. You're desperate for that silverware. There's a voice note from an Arsenal fan called Fletch.
This is an absolutely massive game for us. I really think we need to win it to prove to ourselves that we're properly, well, we are in it, but, you know, favourites. Because I'm nervous. I'm really nervous, and I wasn't a month ago. But the players are nervous, and that really worries me. They're nervous already. What they're going to be like when it's March, April?
Are the players making you nervous, Scarlett?
I think the issue is the back door's been open in recent games, and that sort of started really at Villa Park with that horrible late goal that I've tried to avoid looking at or engaging with since. You had Palace's late equaliser, Wolves, Brighton got back into the game on the weekend, and I think there's a few ways of looking at it. One is we've been playing well, we've not taken our chances, and we've been punished in very small moments for kind of a combination of fatigue and missing players. The other way of looking at it is in our last 4 games, we have created like 9.23 XG or something and only scored 1 open play goal. So, we might go and beat Villa 5-0. It might all be fine.
Scarlett, Charlie's always liked you until you mentioned XG.
Yeah, Scarlett, there you're clutching now. I'm not a big fan of XG. And if you've created 9.2 XG YZ and you're only scoring 1 or 2 goals here, there's a lot to say. At the moment, they're just not doing enough they're not doing enough inside the 18-yard box to put the ball in the back of the net, whether that's making runs or getting the luck of the green.
Well, I think the chances are there. That's the point, right? That's what this XG is suggesting. And we aren't taking them. But you would have to think that after a certain point, they're going to go in, surely, if you're creating that much.
Yeah, but you can say that. You can say that. You're creating the chances. But what is it? Missed opportunities, goalkeeper saving. What is it? You can't. It's not just going to change just overnight.
I don't know. At the end of the Brighton game, Saka played a brilliant slipped cross into Martinelli. Martinelli was in front of his marker, I don't know, very close to the goal, and he hits it over. How many times does that happen? Martinelli's a decent finisher. If you keep creating that opportunity, it will go in. If you create that quality of opportunity. And I feel like, Trossard hit the post at Everton. If that goal goes in, it's a completely different atmosphere in the game. Arsenal are strolling. I think that's the point I'm trying to make. I don't think we've played badly. I think we've actually played very well. But, the expression is finish your dinner, isn't it? And we haven't.
A message from Chris there says, Villa will beat Arsenal tonight. This is the start of the fall for Arsenal. Final question for you, Scarlett. How many Villa players would you take in the Arsenal starting lineup with everyone fit? And which ones?
My mind's going to Watkins and Rodgers, but I actually don't think that they'd get into the first 11. Maybe Watkins, given Arsenal's striker difficulties, but if Havertz is fit, I'm not having Watkins, and I'm not having Rodgers in our midfield either. So none.
So Ollie Watkins, 5 goals in 18 games. Victor Gyökeres, 5 goals in 16 games in the Premier League.
Well, there we go then. Don't need it. Don't need Ollie Watkins in my starting 11.
My argument.
Or Morgan Rodgers.
I think Morgan Rodgers is fantastic. I mean, not that long ago, Villa fans, were they booing him? Were they laughing at him? I don't know. He's still young. He's still, fluctuating in his form. Obviously, he's an incredible long-range shooter, but, where would he fit in that Arsenal midfield? Would he be the left 8? Would he be the Odegaard play? I'm not having him instead of Rice. And then in terms of what
he don't play in that position. He plays in the 10, Eze will go out wide. And the reason why Watkins will start down the middle, because he's Premier League proven, and Gyökeres isn't until years to come, until he can keep putting that ball in the back of the net, and I will keep beating that drum until that happens.
I'll keep defending him. I'll keep defending him.
Scored fewer goals than Gyökeres this season.
Yeah, this season, I'm saying Premier League proven. Premier League proven. Gyökeres is Portuguese League proven and EFL Championship proven.
For now. There's still the second half of the season to go. That's what I've been saying. Scarlett, great to see you. Thank you.
See you. Thank you.
Right, Kane?
No, I don't know how Mace is going to be for that game. I think Kobe Mino is not going to be ready. Bruno is not going to be ready. I think Matt is not going to be ready. Harry is not going to be ready. So I think we are not going to have more players.
Would you expect them possibly for the Leeds game, any of them back, or is that?
I expect Bruno was already saying that he needs to train, but we don't know. We don't know. Kobe Mino is going to start on the pitch also, so we will see. Mata struggling a little bit. I read the same thing, so I don't expect to have the players for this game. For the other game, I don't know.
So, with Wolves, I mean, obviously it's a big result tonight, big sheet, but it's massive that you build some momentum heading into New Year and don't take that step back.
Yeah, of course. We need to, and they show that against Arsenal they could want at least 1 point. So in Premier League you never know. They have their problems. We have our problems, but like in this game, there is no excuses. We need to win. We'll try to win the game.
You mentioned Bruno. I know he's very persuasive. There's no chance he's going to twist.
No chance he's going to play. No chance. No chance he's going to play against Wolves. You can write that.
Hi, Ruben. On recruitment, you've mentioned in the past that there's been mistakes here in previous years. It's been a long-term problem. It feels like this year recruitment's been good. You spoke about Aiden, Dorgu's had a good game tonight. All the players in the summer feel like they're contributing and improving the team. Why has recruitment been right?
I don't know. Sometimes you need a little bit luck. I think they have potential to do more. I think we are doing things. Sometimes I have one idea. Jason and the board has another idea, and every decision that we make, we need to reach a common ground, and that is really important because you don't need to make everything for the manager. Because the manager can change and you need to change everything, but you also need to understand that the manager understands the way of playing, and we are trying every play that comes here. We will try to, if you don't reach common ground, the player will not come. So we just try to do that. We try to make all the assessments of how they live, how they train, the characteristics, and I think we did well. But I think they have more to give. And if you talk about Cunha, for example, Aiden is a young guy. Cunha and Brian, they are from here, from our league, so it's easier for them to perform.
Yeah. Ruben, you've used different formations in recent weeks, different systems. You've used different players in different positions in those systems. You've used players who haven't played for a long time. Yet everyone seems to be on the same page in these last few matches. From your perspective, how satisfying is it that the coaching that you've done as a team over this time seems to be having an effect on so many different players in so many different ways?
First of all, is a process, and when I came here in the last season, I understood that maybe I don't have the players to play well in that system, but was the beginning of the process. We are trying to build an identity. Today is a different moment. We don't have a lot of players. We need to adapt, but they already know that they understand why we are changing. Is not because of the pressure of you guys, of the fans. It's because now we understand the way we want to play, and the principles are the same. We can change the system, and I think we are going to become a better team. Because when all the players return, we are not going to play all the time with 3 defenders. We are going to improve. But that was something that I was talking about. But then when you talk about changing the system all the time, I cannot change because the players will understand that I'm changing because of you. And I think that is the end for the manager. So when we are playing well in our system, I think that is the moment to change. If it's the better thing to win the next game, and that's what we did today.
How pleasing is it that you seem to be having the surprise effect when you're lining up on the opposition? Again today, another team trying to work out what to do in that opening 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, today we already knew that the way they will jump in the pressure, and that will be massive. I remember the game from last year. I think they have more physicality. If we go in the back 5, they already knew the player that need to jump to and transform that game in 1-1 against this team. I think we will lose. I'm just trying to improve, and all the mistakes that I did in the last season, I am trying to learn a little bit and to change things.
Last question for Sam.
You mentioned about Bruno. Previously, you've spoken about how he's a leader and he's invested in the team. How important is he now, even though he's not playing, speaking to the players, whatever it is, delivering your message?
He cannot he cannot be that guy that is not playing, is not talking and speaking. He's always speaking. That's why he's the captain, and he has bad things sometimes, the way he moves his arms, but he has a lot of good things, and he's always living the game, the practice every time. Every time he makes recovery from the game, he's the guy that is going to watch the other guys training in that day. So there is a lot of things that you guys don't see, but that he does. He's a great leader.
Now, when he can't play, is he?
Yeah, all the time. And he's the guy that is watching the trainings, even after treatment. He's going there. I don't know if he wants my job or not, but he's a leader. The guy is a leader.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Former teams, Manchester United, they're up to 6th in the table after beating Newcastle 1-0 on Boxing Day. A key part of that victory was an uncharacteristic change in formation. Ruben Amorim started 4 at the back for the first time at United, and it delivered a first clean sheet in nearly 3 months.
It's a process, and when I came here in the last season, I understood that maybe I don't have the players to play well in that system, but was the beginning of the process. We are trying to build an identity. Today is a different moment. We don't have a lot of players. We need to adapt, but they already know that they understand why we are changing. It's not because of the pressure of you guys, of the fans. It's because now we understand the way we want to play, and the principles are the same. We can change the system, and I think we are going to become a better team. Because when all the players return, we are not going to play all the time with 3 defenders. We are going to improve. But that was something that I was talking about. But then when you talk about changing the system all the time, I cannot change, because the players will understand that I'm changing because of you. And I think that is the end for the manager. So when we are playing well in our system, I think that is the moment to change. If it's the better thing to win the next game, and that's what we did today.
He's come to the Premier League, he's had his system and he's stuck by it, and we've called him stubborn. But, eventually you might look at it and say, well, that back four might work. There's certain games that might actually, might have the right personnel to fit that system. And he did, and he showed it, and they won the game, got a clean sheet. So you'd have to say that he's learning, and you have to be adaptable. You can have your principles as a manager. This is my system, this is how I want to play. But certain moments, certain games, certain times of the season, things change, and he's shown that he can do that.
Now, just a few days to go until the January transfer window opens. Manchester United enjoyed a successful summer window with the arrivals of Matheus Cunha, Brian Mbeumo, Benjamin Šeško and Senna Lemons. Amorim gave some insight into the process. Sometimes you need a little bit luck. I think they have potential to do more. I think we are doing things. Sometimes I have one idea. Jason and the board has another idea, and every decision that we make, we need to reach a common ground. And that is really important, because you don't need to make everything for the manager, because the manager can change and you need to change everything. But you also need to understand that the manager understands the way of playing. And we are trying, every player that comes here, we will try to, if you don't reach common ground, the player will not come. So we just try to do that. We try to make all the assessments of how they live, how they train, the characteristics, and I think we did well, but I think they have more to give. And if you talk about Cunha, for example, Aiden is a young guy. Cunha and Brian, they are from here, from our league, so it's easier for them to perform.